Yep. How you doing? Little tiny midweek chat, chilling chat. Nothing planned, no structure. Just see how everyone's doing. See who's about. Maybe no one. What we should see. Let me just get my pop-out chat up. Maybe no one. See who's about. Pop-out chat. Riley boy's about. He'll be down in a little while, no doubt. See who's doing what. Let's put that over there. Hi Gary, how you doing, buddy? Henry, how you doing, mate? Got your gift here, Henry. Off of your wish list. Cheers, buddy boy. It doesn't appear on the ride-on mower. It appears on the rototiller. That'll be up in a couple of weeks, mate. Got that just the other day. Absolutely fantastic. Well, Andy. I've got just one set, which is the small ones, but I broke 2 or 3 of those. So yeah, much appreciated. Also got a nice little set of these as well. These came yesterday off the old wish list. These are from Peter James. He sent me a load of 80 grit flappy discs. Well, Andy. Well, Andy. I've got a couple of lawnmowers to do this week or next week. I need to have deck repairs. I'm going to fiberglass the decks up. So, thank you very much for them. Much appreciated. Nature's Beauty, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. UK Scrapper, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. AJP, how you doing, buddy boy? Jason, all right, buddy? Henry. J Hand, how you doing? Nice to see you. Lawnmower Detective, how you doing, sir? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. UK Scrapper, you doing good, are you? Good. I put a link out. So no structure. Let's put a link out. So you want to pop on it. No structure. Don't be shy. That includes you, Ashley. There's a Streamlard link. Feel free. Feel free to come on up. Have a natter. Hope you're all doing okay. I sent you a tweet. Not sure if you saw it. Just about a tension spring on a Quocast. Will be happy to donate if I could. If you could help me out. A tweet from Twitterizer. That's Messenger. Where's my Twitter? In there. Notifications. Where's it from? Recommended for you. Not seeing it, bruv. Oh, here you go. Is it Jim, is it? So I've noticed you've got a couple of Quocasts laying around, and I just wondered if you could tip one up for me and take a picture so I could see, please. There's nothing online to help with a Quocast setup. I would be extremely grateful. Yeah, so what's out of it, Jim? How you doing, Richard? What's out of it? Are you on about the spring that holds the gearbox? The gearbox tensioner spring, is that what you're on about, buddy? Or you're on about the actual height adjustment one? Because there's 2 different types. They do a single lever one and they do one on all 4 wheels. So what is it you're actually after, buddy? I'll help you out. If I can help you out, I will. Feel free to hit the link, Jim. Come on up, have a chat. Hi, matey. Keep up the great work. Cheers, buddy boy. Thank you, Dan. Nice to see you. That's not a problem is, Jim. If I can help, I will help you. tension spring. I'm assuming you mean the gearbox tension spring or the height adjustment one. Because the height adjustment one, they differ between these 16 and 19-inch cuts are the same, but the 21-inch cuts are slightly different. I think I've still got 2 quote cards here actually at the moment. How you doing, Chris? Yeah, let us know about that quote cast then, Jim. That's what I can do, bro. I'll help anyone else if I can. I can't always. I'm assuming Jim's typing. You let us know, Jim. I'll bring on straight in. I'll get the camera so you can see it. We'll have a little nose at it. I've been busy working on that ride on Mower. It's been a bit tricky, to be fair. Yes, mate. The gearbox tension spring. Right. Let me go and grab one. Don't move. I'll go and grab one, and I'll bring one in. Should be about the same. Oh, I got one. Let me grab a light. Grab a light, boy. Let me grab a light, and then I'll move my camera down, and we'll have a little look-ski for you, Jim. They are pretty straightforward, Jim, to be fair. There should be a little tiny cutout on the inside of the deck. It just fell off before now. I can't figure out how to put it back on. All right, Bucket. All right, struggling. How you doing? What's that? Beekeeper. I was going to do a beekeeping game. I was going to get into that, but I don't think it goes down very well, Riley boy. That's a problem. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let me get the camera, Jim. Are you ready, Jim? Get ready with your phone to take some screenshots. Have my torch. Let's have a little look for you, Jim. I'm going to get a torch. Right, you ready, Jim? Right. Right. Where's the spring? Should go up the side somewhere. It'll be here. Let me locate it first, Jim. Let me bring you up here so you can see what's going on. Bear with. I'm getting there. Should be up there. Let me do it right on the belly. That might help me. Just want to locate it for you, Jim, and I'll be with you. There it is. Hang on, Jim. Right, Jim, you ready? Are you ready, Jim? Here we go. So the spring locates on this little tiny arm just here, Jim. Okay. There's the end of it, just so you can see at the little end of it in the corner of that little arm. So the spring locates onto there. Oh, sorry, on the end of the bracket, just there. That's where the spring is. And then it goes, have a little look-ski for you. It goes all the way back, about 3/4 way up. I'll try and get a decent picture, Jim. About 3/4 way up. Where is it? Let me try and get in there, Jim. I can see it from here, but it's not it's easier for me said and done. It goes up there. It is there. So where's the spring? There it is there, Jim. You see it? It goes all the way up. There's a little tiny there's a little tiny tab. So I can get a better view. Yeah, there's a little tiny tab halfway up the body. Where is it? There. Halfway up the body, there's a little tiny tab, Jim, that the spring hooks on inside the deck. Okay, and then you then bring it back and you then sit it onto that little tiny hook, just ring just there. All right, it is quite self-explanatory. There's a spring. You can see it inside there, can you? Little silver bit. There's a spring. So it hooks inside the mower deck. About 3/4 way up, there's a little tiny tab. Hook it on that first, and then what I do, Jim, is I get a what's easiest. If you can get it onto the deck, hook it onto that, and then get a little bit of pull cord. Not quite as much as that. Get a little bit of pull cord, and then hook that on the end that's going on the gearbox. Pull that down, and that stretch the spring over onto the little tiny arm, and away you go. Hope that helps. I have got a couple of videos somewhere, Jim. If you look up anything to do with gearbox changing on my channel, I've done about 3 videos where I've actually got I've done gearbox changing, and it will show it on there to a degree. As you know, it's quite hard to get in there and have a little look. Yeah, it's a beekeeping. I wasn't getting the beekeeping, Langstroth hives and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, I wasn't getting all of that. Hello, Mick. A man in the shed. That's me. Yeah, I'm the man in the shed. Yeah, just picking up an Atco green plastic deck, little faded. Any tips on bringing the colour back? Yeah, two or three things. You can just spray normal 4K lacquer on it. 4K because it's petrol resistant. That brings it back. A little tiny heat gun, not a blowtorch, a heat gun. Just get it nice and warm. Don't go too far. Get nice and warm, brings it back. If not, plastic. Pick up that stuff. Pledge revive it. That's what Martin Butler uses. Brilliant stuff. If it's faded, it's still going to be faded, but it will put a gloss finish on it. But to bring it back to full colour, anything to do like polishing, but if not, get a heat gun and just gently warm it back up again, and just brings it back. We'll give it a go later, mate. Thank you very much. No, you're welcome, mate. You're welcome. If I can help anyone out, that's what I try and do. I'll help anyone out. What time is it over here? 12:16 in the afternoon. Just coming up lunchtime. Oh, sorry, it's Ian, by the way. I didn't actually. Yeah, Ian's slightly up north from me. He's more of an e-bike on Mucky Thump here. Oh no, that's John. That's John here. Johnny 5. How you doing, Johnny 5? He's e-bike on Mucky Thump. So how are we doing? The link is there. Feel free if anyone wants to come on up. But good luck with that, Jim. There can be a bit of a pickle, Jim. What you might have to do is you might have to undo the two restraining bolts that hold the gearbox in place. Undo them, slide the gearbox out slightly, then fetch your spring on, and then put your gearbox back and then tension it. You might have to do it that way. All right. But I've now got a couple of videos out on how to do that, Jim. You just have to troll through them. Anything that says gearbox, look up Mixed Mowers gearbox problems. It'll come up on there, buff. 7:20 a.m. here, and you're at work. You all work nights. Yeah. Hi, Mick. Just wondering what sort of filler do you use for large holes on decks? Okay, so it depends. It depends on the hole. It depends where it is, and what have you. But generally, I use fiberglass. I've got fiberglass sheets up there, and yeah, I've got fiberglass just that way up there. I've got fiberglass resin and hardener, and then once I've fiberglassed it, I'll put the patch on the inside of the deck, so that that all goes solid. Patch that up. Bloody hell, are you sure about this? Don't you go getting above your station now? Let me come, buddy.
Right. Awesome.
Hey, check you out, funny boy, with your mower attire on. Woohoo! Check you out. Sun's out, guns out. How you doing, Ash?
Yeah, I'm all right, you.
Yeah, just a little sneaky midweek live. Let's go back to this question, and then George, I then use P3 P38, which is a filler body repair multi-purpose. That's what I use for filling after I've fiberglass resined. Hi Tim. So what are you doing, Ash?
I'm just in the middle of putting a border in around my lawn.
What, flower border?
Yeah.
Oh, check you out, Mr. Gardener of the World.
Yeah, because I've done 2 years at college doing horticulture, so you know, might as well put it into use.
Well, you might as well use it if you got it in you. Not like me, just sort of babble my way through it. Oh, that's good. So you're busy then?
Yeah.
Struggling beekeeper. You do great work, Mick. I have learned a lot from you. Thank you very much indeed. That means a lot to me. If someone says that means a lot. It means I'm doing my job right. Did you Snobby plan to go live at the same time? Is he live again? No one was live when I come on my phone. Yeah, he's live. I didn't know he was going live. I had no idea. Not done on purpose. How long have I been live? 16 minutes. He come live after. That's no problem. No, it's no issue. I didn't know. I looked at the old phone too, and no one was live. But there you go. It happens. So what you doing? Just get ready for planting some flowers in then.
Yeah. The missus wants some colour in the garden.
All right. So, can't you just chuck a load of gloss paint on the lawn?
Oh, I could do.
Aye. Get her to pick a colour out from B&Q or something. Just throw a big 5 litre drum of it across the lawn. That's plenty of colour.
Yeah, put some stripes in the lawn with it.
Yeah. Struggling beekeeper. What state are you from? He's in Georgia. Hi, Michael. How you doing, mate? Nice to see you. Hi, Pete. How you doing? What's this? Hi, JP Honda EP3 Type R. That's his channel name. How you doing, Honda?
Hello.
So what are you working on at the moment, and Ash, got anything on?
Not really, because it's a bit of a pain doing it in the garden. It is. I'm doing it. I've got loads at the garage to do, but the garage is only like 2 minutes up the road now, so I can just grab them, bring them back to the house, and do them in the garden. But I've been working on some Ryobi trimmers the other day. Just need to get a coil for the one of them. The coil's gone bad on it.
Yeah, I know. Pete's working on a McCulloch. He wants a coil off of me. Yeah. I don't know if I got a spare one. Have you tested the coil then?
Yeah, I used your video to do it.
And what did you get back? Nothing.
Nah, dead as a dodo.
Dead as a dodo. Yeah, good little video that, mate. Just for a quick little video, just a quick test, just get you out the poop.
Yep.
That's the intention of it anyway. Yeah, darn things, Pete. You're right, Pete. Yeah, it can be a pain in the arse. He's in West Virginia. Mick, can you advise me on where to purchase a Hate a Hobby 41 spares from? Appreciate your help. Hate a Hobby? I've got a Hate a Hobby 41 grass box in my shed. A proper one, not a made up one, proper plastic one. Well, you know, you're gonna have to just try like your eBay. That's about the best place you're gonna get one. eBay is the market of the world, you know, to pick up sort of that sort of stuff. I threw one out. I had one here. I threw it out. The height adjustment all went on it, and I couldn't get nowhere strong enough to weld it. It was all falling apart. But I've got a Hate a Hobby box in here. I thought I might keep another 20 years. It'd be worth about £3 million by the time I retire. What do you reckon, Ash?
Right, I'm going to shoot Mick because I need to get this done before the missus gets
no worries, mate. Well, thanks for popping up. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, see you later, mate. Take care.
Take it easy. Mick, NU finish works good on restoration for plastic. NU finish. Okay, cool. Yeah. McCullochs are boats. Don't waste your time. Well, they are and they ain't. You know, it all depends. It all depends. You get them cheap enough. You get them cheap enough, and you can repair them cheap enough, and there's money in it. Same with anything, you know. Yeah, they are anchors. I do agree. I've got a nice McCulloch leaf blower over there. It's really tidy, really smart, really good looking, but it's got no compression. No worries, Chris. It's got no compression on it, and I've been looking for a pot and piston for it, and the pot and piston's coming back about 60 quid. So yeah, it outweighs the cost. But I'll just throw it in the old store, and maybe another day something else will turn up. I can mix and match it. Mick, are mount fields any good? Now it all depends on what you want it to do, and cutting grass obviously is a main feature. They're not bad. I'll stay away from, if you can, like the SV RV 150 models. Go for the Briggs ones, or the new style copy Hondas aren't too bad. But I've had a couple of mount fields in with the rear roller and the 4-speed gearbox. They're really good. But then you're going to part with a few bits of money for that. That's right, Peter. Top end ones are quite good. Yeah, I've had the 4-speed gearbox one with the roller. That's really tasty. It's got the SV200 lump on it, which is not everyone's cup of tea. And I've got 2 or 3 on the bench here, which are in bits, SV200s. But you are buying brand new. You're looking at buying, spending a bit of cash. But yeah, I wouldn't. For me, your standard 474s with the Briggs flatheads, they're okay. They do what you want it to do. But if you want a bigger cut, a 21-inch cut, I'll go for the 4-speed box ones. They're nice. They're semi-commercial. I wouldn't say they're commercial grade. Good luck on your hate a hobby search anyway, Chris. So I threw one out. Okay, nice one, Mick. Don't they? Does it pull you along? Yeah. Well, the 4-speed one, it's got a 4-speed box, which is just operated via a pulley tensioner. So you can set it at 1, which is sort of, slower pace. So if you've got an injury, or if you're knocking on in age, you don't want to walk too fast, then that does the job. Or if you want to do a nice tidy cut, it do a tidy job. Put it in top gear in 4th, you're going to get a bit of a pace on. So that's why I say get the 4-speed box one, because you have the option of going faster or slower due to your age or disability, or your mobility needs, or dependent on how long your grass is. If the grass is quite long, you don't want to be thumping through it. See. So you can go quite a steady pace. Have a look at my my video on the mount field. There's one in there, mount field. Can't remember the actual name of the video, but it's the one with the roller. It's got a 4-speed box on. I picked it up dirt cheap. I think I paid something like 15 quid for it. I sold it for like a couple of $100 quid. They're really nice. You can buy them second hand for around about 170 quid, somewhere in there, if you find them. That's what I'd pay for it, if I was looking to buy one for myself at £170. I wouldn't buy one brand new. I wouldn't buy any lawnmower brand new. George, another question. Hi, Mick. Sorry about that. That's fine. I've got a mount field, SP533 in amazing condition. What would you say it's worth? Let me look at it. I'm not familiar on all mount field makes and models. Let me have a little look at it. See what it says. Mount field, what was it? It was a SP 533. 533. 2 seconds, Chainsaw Lord. Bear with you. I'll be with you 2 seconds. 33. All right, so that's what I've got out there. Big old silver jobbies, yeah. Has it got the Honda engine on it, or has it got the Briggs engine on it? Because you have an option. It could even come with an SV 200 engine on it, which most of them do that sort of age. Is it black or silver? Hi, Jard, how you doing? Right, let's bring you on up, Chainsaw Lord. Oh, you're a little bit dark. How you doing, Pete? I've got no volume, Pete. Hang on, might be my end. You there, Pete? No, I can't hear you, Pete. Can't hear you. My volume's turned up full belt. It's your end, Pete. Plug your lead in. You've probably got your lead plugged in your pocket, you donut. Don't sit there and sweat me, Pete. You got no volume. Let me put you on mute and bring it back. Are you there? No, no volume, Pete. Go away and try again. I'll kick you out and then I'll try again. Right, let's Pete can try again in a minute. Drito, how you doing, buddy boy? Smashing my like button. Morning, Mixed Mowers. Come in to say hi before heading off. Okay, mate. Yeah, much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. Jay Hands has given me a £4 super chat, £4.99 super chat. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. It's got to be RM55 on it. Yeah, nice little engine actually. RM55, that's a bigger one. It's still an RM55 is still an SV200 lamp. The RM55, we're doing RM45 as well, but you've got the 55 on yours, which I just put recently on another mount field. I have one of those. If it's in really good nick, and I've got two of them here, which are absolute rust buckets. Really good nick, looking nice, ready for presentation. Do you know what? You should get 200 notes for it in a good area. I would say about 200 quid. We've got Pete trying to come back up. All right, you ready, Pete? We're going to try again, are we? Are you there? No. Can anyone else hear Pete? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear Pete, or give me a thumbs down if you can't. I can't hear a word. I can't hear a thing. Ain't my volume. My volume's up full belt, Pete. All right, drop you down again. All right, mate, no worries. Kick from studio. Yes, Pete, you're going again. Right, where's my chat? There's more questions coming up here. Cheers for that, Direct. Much appreciated. Chris, Mick, some more advice needed on a hobby. The engine revs high. When I turn down the throttle, it cuts. And when I turn down the throttle, it cuts out. Any ideas and thoughts? I'm taking it's got a little old flathead Briggs on it, has it? I'll take it, Chris. Has it got a little flathead Briggs on it? Pete's doing his best impression of a mime. Yeah, exactly. Having technical difficulties, just like when he's working on chainsaws. Yeah, mate, has. Okay, so first thing first, before we move on to anything with that, when you're testing it, have you got the air filter and the long bolt that goes into the air filter? Have you got that in place whilst you're testing it? All right, we're going to try again, are we, Pete? Okay, here we go. Are you there? No. Restart your computer, Pete, and have another go at it. You're doing something wrong, mate. I don't know what it is. Because Ash was up here a minute ago. He had no problem, so it must be your end, bro. Restart the old laptop, Pete, and give it another go. I'll see you later on. Like a jack in a box, isn't he? Let's have a little look. Right, so you have got it in. Okay, that's cool. Because a lot of the older Briggs engines, you've got to have the bolt in because it acts as part of the fuel system. It's really hard to start mine. Yeah, definitely. So what was it doing? It was the engine revs really high when I turned down the throttle, and when I turn down the throttle, it cuts out. So it sounds like either a fuel issue, so it could be gasket diaphragm job, simple fix, and main jet issue. Could be that, or it could be a governor's let go. Could be governor weights might have come off, especially on the older engines when they do that. B, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Hello, big fella. The one I have got is an SP555 RV, top of the range. It's got a total speed control, Honda engine, cost 900 quid new, yeah. Aluminium, yeah, that's the one, mate. That's the one. They're nice, they are. Yeah, they're grand. They're grand, brand new, but you can pick them up sort of 4-year-old, not been, as long as it's not been used commercially. That's what you're after. You don't want one that's been used commercially. So if you see one for second hand, you need to ask the question, has it been used commercially? And you should be able to tell by the wear and tear on the machine, because it ain't been used commercially. So I picked mine up for like 15, 20 quid. and sold it for really good money. And they get a tidy old pace on too. But B's got one, those mount fields with the 4-speed box, variable control ones. They're really good. They're nice. I don't think there's a lot wrong with one I had. I think there's just carburetor issue. Oh no. That's right. It was on a video. For those who are interested in a mount field 4-speed box one, it would be on a video under seized lawnmower engine, because it was seized. I couldn't pull it, so I put it in the a cardiac arrest position, tipped on its bum, pulled some oil down the head, left it overnight, come back, I could pull it over free as a bird. That's it. I remember now. It might be Pete's mic. Yeah. I don't think it's my end. Ultra, how you doing, mate? I'll see you. Thanks for popping on in. How you doing? Well? Nice to see you. It's coming back. We're going to try again. Right, you ready this time, Pete? I'm going to give it a go. Fingers crossed, everyone. Are you there?
Well, I can't even hear you now, Mick.
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you, Pete. You're not hearing me? Hey? What, my work phone? Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? I'm there. 2 seconds, people. You need to put shoes on first. Yeah. Put your shoes on. You can come in here. You can't hear me, Pete. Can you hear me? Peter, can you hear me? Pete's having issues. That's what you get, Pete. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, ain't working. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Put your thumb up if you can hear me.
Say again.
Put your thumb up if you can hear me. All right. Okay. Well, I can't hear you.
Yeah. It's a little bit muffly, Pete. It's a little bit muffly.
Mick, put me down. I'll try and sort something out.
Oh, mate. Yeah, that was Riley boys. Just come in. My work phone was buzzing. I've been cancelled for 2 hours on the bounce. And he'd be back up to me. If we were going to put his shoes on, you can't come here with no shoes on in your work. Not wrong, grinding stuff and what have you. He'll be back in a minute, Thomas. Yeah, he'll be back in a minute. He's just going to put his shoes on. He'll be coming down here, flying down like a bantam rooster in a minute. He'll be here in a bit. So yeah, those mount fields, the 4-speed boxes, they're good, and the other one, the 533, is on about the big RM motor on it, 55 iron. They're worth good money. You get them also on the 454s as well, but you get the 40 engine, not the big one. I'm going to wait until he's just coming now. He's flying down here. I don't think he's got his hand though. Yeah. You got Pete's not on here yet. He keeps coming down. Dorito wants to come to the Dorito. He's up here. He's in the chat. There he is. Say hi. Give a smiley face. Let's see.
Where am I go?
Pete, we're back in a minute. Spice and Easy, how you doing? Nice to see you, mate. Thanks for popping in. Chris Beat. Sorry, Mick. It started buffering, so I missed what you said, but I'll watch it back. All right, mate. No worries. That's just a rag.
What can I do?
I put them down here. That's what I blow my nose with.
What's that? Give me.
Smiley faces.
No, what's that?
What's it say there?
I
I can leave a little late. Dorita says hi. Hey, there's Riley boy. You rock. Look, you left your little squirrel. Look, there's a little squirrel.
No.
How cool is that?
No, I saw.
Which one? It's because Pete's mic wasn't doing very well. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you just do it. Oh, this one. That's a microphone for talking.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Where am I go coming?
They might come a bit later on.
Oh yeah, hot.
It is very warm in here. Yeah, you won't last long in here. It is a bit warm. What have you been doing? You smell of cheese and onion crispies. You've been eating crispies? It smells like it. We had lunch.
It's a 2 hour test.
Cameron's not working fine. What do you have for your lunch?
Ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
Cheese.
And some cheese.
Pony and cheese.
And what cheese?
Pony.
Porridge.
No. What's that?
Squirrels.
No, what's that?
He says, have a good day, big dude. Yeah, left you 2 squirrels, 2 red ones too, proper English ones.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know, just waiting. I was going to say hello.
Daddy?
So I've been working on the ride-on mower. But having some issues. I've got a video coming out soon on that. Got some issues with it. Yeah, in the video it wasn't running as per. Definitely not starting as it should do. But I did yesterday. 2 seconds, my old little buddy boy. Yesterday I did take out the flywheel key on it. Try and get through, mate. Can you get through it? There you go, buddy. I did take the flywheel key out of it yesterday. Now I can't see a mark on there at all. There's no markings on the flywheel key. I took it out just for interest, and it now starts first pull every time, which it wasn't doing within the video. It was starting. Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit high for you. That's why. Yeah. There you go. Try that. Sit down first, and I'll put you up in the air. How's that sound? Right, you on? Sit back a bit then. Sit back. Right, going up. There you go. Then bring the camera out so we can see you. They're interested in you more than me. So yeah, the ride-on mower now starts as is. Every single time starts first pull. Lovely. But I'm getting quite a bit of vibration coming through the accelerator cable. And when I go to near any type of incline in the garden, and I haven't got a lot of inclines, there's a little bit of a slope, it struggles to get up the slope. I don't think it's an RPM issue. I think it's a belts issue. I think the belts are all solid and what have you. So I've got hold of Pro Parts Direct, who sponsor the old channel up there, to get me a price. And it's got 4 belts on it, so hopefully I get some new belts on it. But they're about 70 quid for a set of belts. He always makes me smile, Mick. Tell him thanks for starting my day with a huge smile. So Dorito says thank you for smiling. You're welcome. PK Inc. How you doing? Nice to see you. Hello, Mick and Riley boy. Chris B. Hi, Riley. Oh, they like your t-shirt. What t-shirt you got on? Mick's Mowers. Exactly that. He absolutely busted my chops until he had one. Yeah. We'll see. He absolutely busted my chops because I've got like 10 or 12 just for in the workshop. And he busted my chops for about 3 weeks until he had his own Mixed Mower t-shirt, so I've done all in one up. And quite rightly so. He is a managing director, should have one. Dojo allotment, how you doing, brother? Nice to see you.
What's that?
Dojo. Yeah, Dojo. Thomas, Mick, Riley. Yeah, Mick Riley still alive. He steals everything I've got. It doesn't matter whether it's my live stream. Yeah, take it easy, Dorito. It doesn't matter whether it's my live stream, whether it's my crispy. Mick, do you use OEM? I use both. I use OEM, I use copies, I use everything. Generally, Briggs and Scraps I generally use. I've got some copy ones, Woodwick ones, which are the half-moon ones, like the Hondas and the Chinese copies. Tend to use them, and I do grind them down as well. If they're a bit big, I do grind them down a smidge as well. So I do sort of make and modify on my own. It's just weird that this key, yo. Oh, no worries. Yeah, that's cool, no problem, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get Nana, go on. I'll get Nana's going shopping. You put his chair back down again. But yeah, it's weird. This you get on it first and I'll pull the button up on you. Yep, sit back then, so I don't get falling off. You on? Yeah. Going up.
We're higher.
There you go. So yeah, this hasn't actually got a mark on it. Hello to all mixed my stream. Please don't forget to pass to share the love. Yeah, we'll show that. Lovely. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Riley's a little dude. He is. Riley is a little dude, without a doubt. Hi Mick. What do you want for your hobby grass box? Email me up, mate. Email me up. Let me get my email address for you. You are aware it's worth probably about £3,000, right? Email me up. There's me email. Yeah. hello all to mix stream. Please don't forget to push the like. Yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely. At 20. Woohoo! Fantastic. Yota, hey there, mate. Obviously, thanks for popping on in.
What's that?
Congratulations on converting Mr. Pender
What's that?
with your new line of mixed hairspray. WD-40, yeah.
Daddy, what's that?
Bruce. Yeah.
What's up? What? What's
Yeah,
up?
I can hear you, Pete, but not the other way around. Pete, try it without any headphones plugged in, mate. Just try it off your laptop mic. I'm on my laptop mic at the moment. I've not got my big boy in. Yeah, Bruce isn't 110% convinced on the yeah.
What do you say?
That's Pete. Yeah. Oh, Chris gives a thumbs up. Yeah. Bruce isn't actually 110% convinced on me WD-40. He said it leaves a very slight film within the carburetor cleaning process, which is probably true. It does, but I've had very good success rate with it. As you know, I very rarely ever use carburetor clean. I do have it. I tend to use it on really bad carburetors, so I don't tend to use it for anything else other than really bad carbs. I tend to use WD-40. I've always used it, even from the age of 11. It probably comes from when I was employed as a boat boy years ago on motorboats. My boss always used to use WD-40 because he was probably too tight to buy carb cleaner. I suppose that's probably what it was. But I've always used WD-40, and as long as you're thorough, then you shouldn't really have too many issues. But I've had the same issues as anybody else. You know, certain carb cleans work, certain carb cleans don't. You know, and I've had it before where I put carburetors through a cleaner, an ultrasonic cleaner. I put them through 3 times, and it wasn't until the 3rd time it goes through it actually jumped into life. You know, so I've had it the same as anybody else. But now we are making slow, more advances in the right direction. A bit like, you know, getting me the micro drill bits. I've lost already. I'll do it then. Here we are. Get my micro drill bits. What size have we got? We've got absolute tiddlies here. I mean, these are absolutely minuscule. These I think these are the smallest set we do. You open that up.
Whoa.
And look at the size of that pink one. That's absolutely tiddly.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely tiny. So now we can drill these little tiny carburetor main jets out with relative ease. And sometimes just by opening them up just ever so slightly makes all the difference. Makes all the difference. So I do use carburetor spray, but just not all the time. I'm just so conscious of when you're using carburetor spray, it just expands all the gaskets and dries them out and what have you. I'd much rather just use WD-40. It's just less aggressive, you know. And people do sort of say, oh, you shouldn't use it, especially some people in America. They say you use other stuff, PB Blaster or something like that. You should use that, but we can't really get it over here. We've got other stuff which is similar. But for what it costs, a big tin of WD-40 only costs about £4.5–5 quid. It does a job, you know. I can probably get about 6 or 7 carburetor cleans out of one tin. That does the job. Pete's going to go in a minute. Cool, yeah. Well, I'll put a link back out there again in case anyone wants it. He might come up in a minute. He was trying, but he was also struggling. So yeah. So I've got another old ransom Marquis here. Some of you guys may have seen it on my last live. This will be coming up quite soon. Down here, there it is. There's one I've done up, and there's my one that's just come in. That's free of charge. Pick that up for nothing. And also I'm off to Peterborough tomorrow. Saturday. Oh, sorry, mate. Off on Saturday to Peterborough to go and pick another one up. So I've got another one to go and pick up. So that'll be 3 I've got in here. Ransoms, which will be good. So I live where there's been lots of wild forest fires, which started Monday, and the air has been full of thick smoke and ash. I don't drive my truck for about 5 days, which it wouldn't start here. It's not good, mate. Them old forest fires. We're quite lucky over here. I thought WD was corrosive. No, it's not. Complete opposite. You know, it's a water displacement fluid is what it is. It's a water displacement fluid. It's not. If it's corrosive, you know, in that respect, it would eat all the gaskets up. You know, in fact, if anything, if you've got a gasket that's a little bit dry, especially if you winterize something, if it's a little bit dry, you squirt a little bit of WD-40 on it, and it will bring some of the flex back. So no, it's not corrosive in that respect. The difference between WD-40 and carb cleaner or brake cleaner, same stuff. It's night and day. Just eating a butty will not be long, says Pete. Okay. Not here. Without giving it some extra gas or carb cleaner. Yeah, we've just got a load of dirt in it. No, Snobby is live. Snobby's live on his own channel, mate.
Look at my stream.
He's doing his own live stream.
Pete?
Pete might come up in a bit, yeah.
I am.
We'll have to wait and see. Who's falling asleep?
Pete.
Pete's falling asleep.
Yeah.
He's getting to that age where he's falling
Pete
asleep.
for Pete.
He's knocking on. Hiya, Mark. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Mark.
Got my little rider boy here today.
Hi, Mark.
He's there, look. Mark
Where?
Holt. He hangs over Chris Reardon.
Hi, Mark. Good.
Good talking, Marty. So yeah, I've got that ransom to do.
I hear petrol.
There's not. So that's all complete. That old cylinder mower. It had the wrong spark plug in it. Hi East.
Hi.
It's got the wrong spark plug in it. It's got an overhead valve spark plug in it. They give you a picture of a train. You're a very lucky boy.
Okay.
Mark says hi, Riley boy.
Who's
He says hi, Riley boy.
that?
That's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
So that's complete. I've had it sort of fire. Haven't had it running yet. But we'll see.
Who's that?
That's Pete if he comes up.
I said hi.
Whether it works.
Here we go.
Done
Yeah.
Turn the YouTube off, Pete.
it.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, just about here. Let me turn it up a little bit. That's
Hello?
it. You're in, Pete. You're in.
I'm in like Flynn.
Only just so. You're not Errol Flynn, but you're a little bit gurgly.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
little bit.
Hi,
Yeah.
Pete.
Oh, yeah.
You want Pete?
Yeah, I'm good.
I see you call you.
Yeah, he normally calls, doesn't he? Normally just rings us up, doesn't he?
What are you doing, Pete?
He's just having the butty.
What Pete am I doing?
No idea.
Oh, we tried to call you, Pete. Daddy.
Yeah.
Your more coming.
We'll see. Have to wait and see. How about we just calm down a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good lad.
I can call you.
Go on, away you go. So that ransom.
Go.
So that ransom mark is all complete. And then I'm off to Petersfield tomorrow, Saturday, sorry, to go and pick up another one, which actually looks in really good nick. Looks in really good condition. Haven't seen the grass box yet on that one, but we should wait and see what that looks like, because the grass box, as Pete will tell you, on any ransom Marquis Atco or anything like that, the grass box is what makes it or breaks it.
Okay.
You know. B says, I would love to see you being sponsored by Mountfield because you are a natural, or is that against your channel? No, definitely not. No, hell no. If someone wants to sponsor my channel, I'm up for that, as long as they're happy that if they bring a brand new mower in, trim it in, whether it be petrol or electric, if I use it, review it, and what have it, and I deem it to be not very good, then they are happy for me to say that. I'm not going down the review road where someone says, right, here's a mower, and here's your script that you got to say what the mower is. I'm not up for that. If it's a bag of poop, it's a bag of poop. Yeah. So yeah, anyone feel free to contact Mountfield on my behalf and tell them, yeah, I'm happy. How you doing then, Pete?
Oh, not bad. Just being an idiot on Facebook, Nick.
Yeah, you get that. That's why I don't do Facebook. Not really.
Just people messing me about, you know. Some of you folks want to pick a mower up at 12:30, you know, and bothered, so.
Facebook Marketplace, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
You get a lot of no shows on that.
Thank you. But there's other people interested, so you know I'll get on to them shortly.
Yeah.
I
Nick.
I can't be doing with people not showing up. They can.
But I get a lot of it myself, Pete. You know, you can imagine during height for season, I might have 20 or 30 mowers here, and on a good day, I might have 8 or 10 people lined up to look at different mowers.
Yeah.
And then someone don't show at 2 o'clock, and then so you pull someone else forward at 3 o'clock, and then at 10 past 3, both your customers turn up for the same mower. I've had lots of that. You know, it's tough.
Yeah. You know, it is a pain. I know the situation, Rick. It's just, you know, I mean, this clown said they'd be here between 10:30 and 12:30. They were coming to Reading from Basingstoke.
Yeah.
And I might have needed to go out, you know, and like you say, they can't. So,
Yeah,
anyway.
I hear you, mate. I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
Apart from that, I'm playing about with garbage. I'll show you what I mean.
Chris B, hi Mick. Will the WD-40 be any good to use on my hobby car? Yeah, definitely. Cleaning a carburetor with WD-40 is not going to harm anything. Cleaning a carburetor with carb cleaner is not going to harm anything other than the gaskets and the O-rings and things like that. If you use carburetor cleaner
In the car seat.
where you've got anything to do with gaskets or O-rings, it will, if not removed, it will make them expand. So what you might see me do sometimes with carb cleaner is I'll spray a carburetor with carb cleaner where I need to, and then straight afterwards I spray it with WD-40, just so it gets rid of it. I do really well on Facebook. Yeah, I do well on Facebook Marketplace too. Yeah. Who's live to watch, you or Snobby? Yeah, Snobby went live just after me. I did double check because last week I went live. I think it was on a Wednesday. I went live just after him. So we swapped positions this week, but not intentional. I saw Boats come in the house. How you doing, Boats? Nice to see you. Thanks for popping on in. East Coast Yota. That's what I do, Mick. I line up as many people as possible until the money is in the hand. Yeah, I don't tend to do a lot of holding mowers unless it's sort of. You can pretty much tell when someone wants a mower, but they turn up. But yeah, I do get a lot of people saying, especially I'll pick up on Friday. Friday comes, you message them, you know, sort of Saturday, Thursday night. Are you still having the mower? Oh, sorry, I picked another one up. You know, I get a lot of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this is what I'm working on. Let's see it.
What you got there? Hang on, I can't see it, Pete. You're very dark. Hang on, Pete. Let me blow you up just a smidge. I'll see what you look in a minute. Go on in.
Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of the side cap.
You're all right. Just put it in front of the camera. You're all right. Oh, pull cord assembly.
Yeah, it's problem is here.
Yeah.
Got a big crack in the case.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy who owns it, you know the landscape guy who done my patio for me. It's his mate. Mm-hmm. He's like bloody Popeye. He pulled it and broke the rope. The problem is it's cracked in here. It's cracked.
Yeah.
Like cracked in the case. Then it recoils on the tension on the machine, catching in the groove. Now plastic over it twice now, try and make it work. So I'm now looking for a universal one.
So turn it round so I can see where the actual pull cord comes out of the hole. Turn it round so I can see the top end of it. Yeah. So what I would do, Pete, what I would do with that is get some Aradite, right? Cut the cord, get some Aradite, and then put down a little tiny washer down the line. Aradite the washer to the housing, so it can't eat into it. You might have to get a file, a little chainsaw file, and just file out the inside of a washer so it's not sharp.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And that way it can't eat into a plastic. I did the same sort of fix on like a little cheap little Tesco mower the other month. I've got a big penny washer and just riveted it to it. It does the job.
Yeah.
Hang on, Pete, 2 seconds, mate. Hang on. That's what I do. Hi, Tom, just saying hi. Cheers, Mick, for confirming. Yeah, no worries, mate. Always here to help. Edward. Hi, Mick. The last time I used my SV150 mower, it was fine. Then I tried to use it the other day. It started as normal, but then as soon as I moved the throttle lever, it revved up really high and almost exploded it. Okay. So the SV150, what's that down there? That could be an RV. So is it the SV150 with the governor arm on it? Okay, so where you come off of your throttle cable, follow your cable down, and that then goes past the brake and then down to the carburetor. Okay. Now, if you've got a governor arm on it, which is a long arm, normally on, as you look at the back of the mower, normally on the right-hand side, there'd be a long arm going up like so, okay? Just double check that the two cables, your brake cable and your throttle cable, are cable tied together, and that the throttle cable is not getting snagged up on the governor arm. What sometimes happens is that the little tiny cable tie that they're normally pinched together with at the brake end, the throttle cable leans over and it touches the governor arm, and as soon as you throttle it down, the governor cannot get past because the cable's in the way. So just pull the cable back a bit and try that. If that doesn't improve it, mate, I would say then it needs a carburetor to come off and a carburetor clean. But double check the governor arm first. 9 times out of 10, the governor arm is the issue.
Yeah, they just jam up and override.
Yeah, it leaves the governor arm wide open.
Definitely.
JJ, Mowers and Machines. Hi, guys, just dropped in on my break. Well, come on up, Jay. Not seen for absolutely yonks, my boy. Where you been hiding? Where you been? Yeah, he's been on the nest, hasn't he? Hello to all on the stream. Thanks for your help, Mick, with my strimmer. Did it all get going, and Mark? All sorted? You have to remind me, Mark, what stream it was, mate. I get so many emails. You'll be surprised how many emails I get a week. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Let me know what stream it was, mate. I've been dealing with 2 Ryobis, a Steel, and McCulloch, and all sorts at the moment. People ask me questions. Thanks for helping, much appreciated, mate. You're welcome. Mark Stone, can you not use a piece of 15mm copper pipe over the sleeve? Yeah, exactly that. You could put a little bit of copper pipe in down there. Anything sort of, you know, just sort of, just to stop it from doing what it's doing. I would try and get a soldering iron, make a nice big flat space, and then put the washer inside it, and then plastic weld it over the side. Try that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's here on this.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So when you recoil it and the tension on the machine, down up here, so it's going like that.
Yeah. Aerodite that little collar back on it and put a washer in there.
Well, I've used Carol's Velcro Cincinnati glue.
All right.
I mean, it cracked your blanket, but it's not strong enough. Has that
little pull cord assembly, Pete, got a little tiny V at the bottom of it or not? Is it completely square?
Yeah, it's pretty square.
There's no little V, there's no little point at the bottom of it, no.
No, it's just got the
Okay. I might have a spare one here, Pete. I'll have a look in the box of bits and bobs. I might have a spare one here for it.
It's 7x7, Nick. 7 centimeters by 7.
7 by 7.
Yeah, 3 inches. About 3 inches or 7 centimeters. 7 by 7.
Yeah, I'll have a look at my bits and bobs. No worries. I'll have a little look later on. Mark's off. That's Mark Stone. Mark Bowles. The rings are done. That's right. Yeah, that's right. He mixed it on plain fuel, didn't he? Yeah. Do you know what? Plain fuel. As soon as someone mentions to me, you know, I put plain fuel in the back. Generally, I don't even take it in. It only wants running for like 30 seconds on plain fuel, and the damage is done. Even if the rings haven't gone, your compression is compromised straight away. Sam, hi Mick. I'm also looking to get a new or newish Suffolk Punch SK14, like the one on your recent video. Any idea where I can get one from? Many thanks. Yes, I do. I have one for sale. Mine's currently up for sale on eBay at the moment, so feel free to check that out. Mine's up for sale. But they're a funny little thing, you know. It depends on where you live. It depends on how much you're going to pay. They go anywhere between, I've seen them go anywhere from £60 for one that's half sensible, right up to 300 quid. all dependent on condition. Mine's fully serviced, as you know, and I'll be able to let it go for 150 nick or somewhere in there. But yeah, feel free to bid on mine and come down here on Mixed Mower Shack and come pick it up. Whereabouts are you, Sam? Whereabouts are you in the old UK?
Yeah, they're nice mowers, then.
To be fair, I haven't fired mine up for about a week. I'm due to give it a fire up.
Proper bit.
Bye, Mick. I have to go to work. I'm working. Yeah, okay, cool, mate. Yeah, Mowers is fine. No worries, Thomas. Yeah, they are nice, the little Suffolks with a Kawasaki. I'll definitely have a Kawasaki engine, though.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Let's see if my old girl start up. I've not started it for about a week. Let's see if she'll start up. Turn the fuel on. Bit of fuel, let that run down. Bit of throttle. Turn it on.
Good.
Yeah. First pull. First pull every time.
Very nice.
I have a bigger one, so need to downsize from from the Midlands. The Midlands ain't a million miles away, so it's a fair old punch. But starts first pull, bruv. Starts first pull, fully serviced.
Got 38 oil in it. Last two ever, that thing.
Aye.
The last row, you just keep changing the oil on them. Bulletproof.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good little engines. I better turn the fuel off. Yeah, they're not bad little engines for what they are. But that's how they all change. New spark plug, air filter, carburetor clean and carburetor fix. That's holding quite well. Throttle adjustment. The blade's good. It cuts fine. Yeah, it's good to go. Good to go. If I've got to pick one criticism out of those style of cylinder engines, if there's one criticism I've got to pick up on, and that is when you're running it at roughly full chat, the grass box is a little bit jittery until you get some grass in it. They do bounce about quite well. But I did notice that the fella on this one, he's modified. He's got a little tiny clamp on his to stop that doing that. That's what he did. I do notice that on these little ones. Until you get a bit of grass in the box, they do jump about a little bit. But you could probably get around it just by a bit of weighting on top of the box or something like that, or underneath it, whatever.
Well, they're plastic, aren't they? That's the problem.
Is that a mower? Yes, Yota. That's called a cylinder mower. Over here in the UK, we have cylinder mowers. I've got a few examples. I've got this little tiny tiddly. Let me blow myself up a bit. Hang on, where are we? Down here. I've got a little tiny tiddly Suffolk punch cylinder mower. I've got a 20-inch Ransom Marquis cylinder mower. That's been fully restored. All done. I've got his little baby brother here. He's an 18-inch cylinder mower, Ransom Marquis with the sloper engine, F12 sloper on it. I'm going to get another one next week, and I think I've got a Suffolk Super Punch out in the shed, which is the 17-inch dual drive one. I've also got a Suffolk out there as well. That's due to come in at some point. But yeah, that's a mower, mate. It's a proper mower. Proper mower. It sounds like a champ. Yeah, it runs fantastic. Little Kawasaki engine. They're all right. They're all right. It'll sell. You can also get a Scarify unit for it as well, to Scarify as well. Hiya, John. Very cool. It's like an old. It's like the old timey ones. Yeah, ones with the bags on. But these have motors. Very neat. Oh, it's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, you call it. Yeah, that's right. Hey, occasion. How you doing, mate? Yeah, you call them real mowers. That's right, mate. Yeah, you call them real mowers. Yeah, real mowers, and they're slightly different. The real mowers, slightly different. Hi, Ethion. But yeah, they're okay. The BSA sloper, the one I've restored, that's a completely different kettle of fish. That might even be sold yet. That might be sold to a gentleman in Ireland. Let me see if my let me see if I'm going to fire up my old vintage one. Let me fire that up. Just got to change the plug. Let me change the plug out. I was trying to get this one to start the other day, and it didn't want it. Let me put the plug in the old vintage one. It may not even start.
That's bloody starting. What's up here? Made in England.
It may not. It may not want to start, the old girl.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look. Just check the petrol first. Yeah, there's a bit of petrol in there. Let's move this old girl out of the way first. Make a bit of room. Let's get the camera down. You want to see the old vintage mower start up? Let's bring it down. Right, there's the old vintage one.
Hold up.
One, I think. Underneath it, I can't damage it. Let's try and fire the old girl up. Let's bring you guys here a bit. I'm going to blow it up. It's not been running for a little while, the old vintage girl. I don't need to fire it up. A bit of juice. Make sure the drive is not engaged, or you'll end up down the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of throttle. Take one compression out. That one. Good to go. There you go. That one's nice. That's the old vintage girl.
Proper job.
Yeah, that runs nice. I tell you something, Pete. Ever since I put that that proper oil in it, cool. That's hard to pull over now.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit glue, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they ran the wrong fuel in it. The wrong oil. That runs sweet as a nut.
Yeah, 2050. Nice.
Picking it up would be a problem for me. Is the only thing. What you mean actually physically picking it up, or you mean collecting it? Pink's got to go. Thanks for no worries, Pink. Nice to see you.
Give me a minute, Nick. I've got, sorry. Somebody on the case on the mower. Just got to reply to him.
All right, mate. No worries.
Won't be a second.
Yeah. Do you want me to drop you down? Are you all right?
No, I just got to type out on Facebook. Won't be a minute.
All right. Love it, Mick. Yeah, Yota. Do you know what? It's a lovely bit of kit. You know, it was actually Pete that got me interested in them, only because I'm trying to think ahead where I can, and with the current speed of which electronics is advancing within this industry, in the next 10 years, I can't see a lot of two-stroke stuff being knocking about. And in the next 15 years, I can't see a lot of four-stroke stuff being knocking about. So I need to branch somewhere where I have an avenue for petrol machines. So the vintage road is probably going to be the best way forward. If you can't buy these petrol mowers and trimmers anymore, and you're going to be forced to buy electric,
yeah.
and keeping these old vintage mowers on the run is something I need to do. So yeah, I'm going to start collecting ransoms, Dennis's, and what have you, just to do them up like this one. And as far as I'm concerned, they can just sit in the shed for a while. But because in years to come, by the time I'm an old man, that'd be worth a couple of quid.
Definitely.
Mick, did the glue on the carburetor work? I missed a few videos. Have been in hospital again. What the glue fix on the Suffolk Kawasaki? Yes, mate, it's stuck here. Yeah, no problem at all. That's good gear. That is. That's that Amorite metal. That's good gear. That is.
Yeah.
Coming to collect it. Yeah, Sam, it is, mate. There you go. Sam, look at pallet ways for collection. I'm happy to put it on a pallet, Sam, and get it couried up. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. I wouldn't have attempted to fix had I not think that that would have worked. I've used other stuff before, it's not been quite so good, but that still one's very good. And don't forget, when you turn your fuel on and allow fuel into the bowl, the float will come up, and the two posts are actually higher than the float. So technically, the two pins are not actually in petrol for that long either. Well, I was bumping about, but I was going to take it back out if it didn't work and drill it and pin it, but it seems to be holding fine.
Yeah, nice fix, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, done the job.
So you reckon you got one of these, do you?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try and fix it anyway. I'm going to give it a go with a bit and see what happens with it. But if you have got one, I'll take it off you. Yeah,
no, they're not a lot of money to buy brand new. I think they're about 4 or 5 quid, but you got to wait 2 weeks. Oh, Mr. Martin Butler is in the house. How you doing, Martin? Say to Martin, say Say it. Say
Up, please.
Hey, yeah. Sit back then.
It's Mr. Fiddle.
I can see.
Yeah, it's Mr. Fiddle. I'm bringing him out. Sit back.
I can see.
Well, sit back first. Sit back now. Sit back first. All the way back. I don't want you falling off. Health and safety. That's it. Ready to go up?
Yeah. I can see.
This one.
No, here.
That's it.
People were still coming.
How you doing, Martin? I'll see you, mate.
Hi, Martin. Who's that?
That's Martin Butler from Retro Restore, Retro Hacks, and Butler's Empire channel.
Pit my talk.
Hmm.
Pit? What Pit am I doing?
I'm about the electric. I'd agree with electric mowers. They will hold up running into raised roots or other stumps. Would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's all pros and cons with moving over to electric, but electric is coming. Electric mowers and trimmers is well on its way. Chainsaws, it's well on its way. So that's why I want to go down the vintage road to guarantee the channel something to do. So if I embrace electric stuff. Electric stuff is coming. You're not going to stop it. Yeah. So Martin's said to Pete smiley face.
Is he coming on Monday? Is he?
So but me being mixed mowers, I want to sort of guarantee something to do with petrol, and if it means vintage road, then that's what it is. And that's the same with vintage chainsaws and what have you. And I had a nice little, nearly vintage Husqvarna Strimmer in the other month, a 22R early 1980s. So it was getting on for things, but that ran really well. That had a Frankenstein carburetor I put in that.
Nice.
So we've all got to make advances. I'm seeing lots of channels at the moment using battery powered trimmers, cutters, and what have you, and they do very well. But my biggest sort of concern is that Mr. and Mrs. homeowner, when they go down to B&Q or wherever to buy their stuff from, they're only going to buy the low end economy stuff. unless I go to a Stihl dealer or Husqvarna dealer and get something nice.
Daddy,
But you have to shell out for that.
is that Pip on?
That's Pete, yeah. What does Peter? Here's Pete. Says, "Nice shirt, Riley boy. Like
No.
your t-shirt."
I saw Pip Mum.
No, not Pete's mum, man. No,
Who's that Pip Mum?
I had no idea. She doesn't live with Pete. Lives somewhere else.
Where's Pip though?
Pete's gone to the toilet, I expect.
Pip?
He'll be back in a minute. Peter says that he likes your another Peter, same name. Says,
Hi Pippa.
"Nice t-shirt, Riley boy. Show me t-shirt." Woohoo! Mixed Mowers t-shirt.
What's that picture of her?
That's John. John says, "Hi, Riley."
Oh, is that Pip?
That's Pete. He's got his he's got his Tarot Power on t-shirt.
No, it's Pip.
That is Pete.
Pip me.
Pete.
Come in.
Pete.
See, oh. You back, Pip?
He's back. Yeah, he's back.
I can see you.
He's back.
Daddy.
Yeah.
I can see you, Pip.
He's sat in his front room in the
We're doing
in the
Daddy.
cool. It's not quite so hot today, Pete, is it?
No, the wind's a bit. The breeze is cooler.
Yeah, it's definitely not as warm as it has been past 2 days down here. It's a bit cooler. I don't think I've been cancelled yet. I know they cancelled me yesterday.
It's 26 degrees showing at the minute.
26. Yeah, I've not been cancelled as of yet. I'll check my phone later on. We've been having more and more models of cordless vacuums being offered to sell. Yeah, we don't have the same power, but it's decent. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. But then, on reflection to the petrol stuff, right? You don't have to winterize it. You haven't got to drain the fuel out. You haven't got to worry about mixing fuel up. And changing spark plugs over. And
Yeah, the problem is, mate, they're just trying to milk it. There's a battery price.
100%. As I say, I saw another YouTube channel. He bought a complete setup out of one of the major food outlet supermarkets. I think he bought a hedge cutter, charger, and 2 batteries, and the whole lot cost about 75 quid the lot, which is it's a sensible amount of money. It's not a lot when you're paying out for machinery, and he used it on a commercial basis, and I think he only had it about a week, and in the end he just threw it in the bin. He said it cut really well, but he couldn't keep the charges up.
No. I got the technology there for the battery. I'm just not using it.
But you see some of the Stihl stuff. Okay, we'll take a drink. Some of the Stihl stuff, you can like the hedge trimmers, the new hedge trimmers, and the new chainsaws. You've now got a choice of now of having a battery going into a device. I see it. Battery going into a device, or having a backpack on. And no, it's not Snobby. It's Cajun.
Is it high?
Yeah, back in a minute.
Daddy.
So yeah, you have a choice of having a back. Yeah. You have a choice. You have a choice of having a battery or a battery pack, which I don't really agree with having a battery pack, especially when you're using it commercially, especially chainsaws. I just don't agree with it. That's just my own opinion. But if you can get like 8 or 9 hours out of one pack, that's your day, isn't it? Another thing, Mick, I see them doing is like the vacuums. Used to be at least 10, 20 years. Now customers upgrade a Walmart vacuum cleaner every year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, throwaway society.
Hi.
How you doing, Cajun?
Hey, Mick, how you doing?
Doing well, buddy boy. Not seen you for a while.
Hi.
Yeah.
All right. Who's that up there? Is that
What is that?
That's Pete Froud. Yeah, that's Pete.
That's what I thought. Pete, how you doing, Pete?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, what's up, people?
Cajun.
How can I see what's up?
What's up, Cajun?
Hey, Riley boy.
What is your mom doing?
Not. They cost about $30 to $40 exactly.
Daddy, who took him? Mom.
No idea.
Take him.
We don't worry.
Take him. Look at me. Take him. Take him. Oh. Take him. Look at me. Take
Wind
him.
people up. But yeah, we're We're in a throwaway society. Enough.
Okay.
There you go.
Why? Why?
You chill out. You behave yourself.
No.
Right. There you go. He's getting a bit above himself, so he's got to go and chill out for a bit. Otherwise, he gets his pants in a twist.
Have y'all been seeing a big electric battery powered mowers in your area?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That ain't gonna take off too well down here where I'm at. It's too much.
I understand. I understand straight away what you're going to say. I've already had a discussion with lots of other people. You know, a yard like you guys have got like 3 or 4 acres minimum. It ain't going to cut it. But I was watching some reviews on this 0-turn mower which we're developing. It's a 72-inch cut 0-turn mower, and it's got the capacity not only to last about 3 or 4 hours solid cutting, but also has solar panel so it can self-charge at the same time.
Oh wow.
So you know, straight off the bat, if you've got 3 or 4 hours of cutting in the bank, and it can possibly charge itself up to at least half, maybe, well, then there goes the argument.
Yeah.
You know,
well, like I can see like the push mowers or self-propel. It's feasible, economical for somebody that lives in town that has a very small yard. You know, you ain't got to add gas. You ain't got to worry about changing the oil and all that. Because some people, it takes them 5 minutes to cut their grass. That's it. Hey, okay, remember the real mowers I was talking about? The ones you got with a motor? All right. There's people here in town that still has those without the engines. You got to push them by hand.
Yeah.
But they cut every, 6 days.
Yeah.
So all they do is just push it along. It gives the grass a trim. And in 5 minutes, they done. You know?
Yeah. It's much the same here. You know, over in the UK, most of the houses are on top of each other, and that's why I don't do, if any, ride-on stuff, because there's just no market down this end for it. But if you want your low economy mowers, you know, sort of at $80-90, push or self-propel, I can sell them all day long.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. We got country. I'm on the north side of town, so we have people with, you know, big yards here. I've got over a half acre myself. So, and then the house is on that, plus my huge greenhouse, plus my shop. So it takes me about 40 minutes to cut the grass with a push mower.
Yeah.
I have room for a rider to get in there, but it's not feasible to buy one. Have somebody give me one, and I put $40, $50 in it and repair a bell.
Exactly. I'm in a very similar situation with my yard. Is that I can cut my yard with a rider, no problem, but I'd have to go around with a push mower first to get all the edges.
Oh yeah,
trim work. And by the time I do around the edges and round by the tree, and you know, I might as well just carry on where I'm going, because by the time I put the push mower away, get the rider out, and fire that up, you know, we're going to be going overtime.
Missy just brought me a cup of coffee.
She must love you.
Yes, she did.
She didn't bring me one. I mean, she don't love me.
There you go. Hurry up. Hurry up and grab it. Hurry up and grab it.
Maybe one day in the future that should be possible.
And that's good community coffee, good strong Cajun coffee.
Yoda says it takes me about 20 to 30 minutes to cut my yard, which is a regular size yard, maybe considering big at most. Yeah, mine takes about half hour, 40 minutes, give or take, somewhere in there. I got a Hater 48 Pro. That's what I use, an old Hater 48 Pro. That does the job, no problems at all. Absolutely chills for it. No problem at all. But electric is coming. I was watching a channel. He was using a steel a steel hedge cutter, extendable reach hedge cutter. And for what he was doing, he was definitely working it. He wasn't just use it as a trimmer. He was putting it to work, and you can use it on economy cut or flat out, and it's got all the swivels on it, and it's got all the toys, and it really does the job. If you add the backpack to it, which is a bit more weight, admittedly, but you can be out in the field a lot longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of that solar powered solar panel for that 72-inch rider you was talking about.
Well, it ain't much good over here in the UK because you need one aspect to make that thing charge itself, and that's called sunlight, and we don't get a lot of that.
Yeah, it rains a lot over there, huh?
Oh yeah. It rains pretty much every day.
Dang.
But you know, advances are being made all the time. I can't remember the make of this mower, but they were cutting a football stadium with it, and I think it actually didn't need to be recharged. It was charging itself as it was going along.
Huh.
You know,
Well, you buy something like that, something that big. The major thing is those batteries in that thing. Those things will drain your wallet, just like you'll drain the battery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's where they make the money.
You know,
Well,
about every 3 years, 2 3 years, if you use that thing all the time, every 2 or 3 years, look forward to shelling out about $800, $900 in batteries.
Yeah, exactly that.
I'll stick with my gas. I'll stick with repairing it. Hey,
as long as you can, because you know the problem is with advances is that they're going to make restrictions on the gas, aren't they? You know, over here in the UK, they're already saying. At one point, they were saying the diesel is a friendly source of fuel. They're now saying because of advances in electric cars and hybrid cars, they're now saying that diesel fuels are now a dirty fuel, and you shouldn't be looking to buy diesel motors. And it's the same with push mowers or self-propel. They're making the main jets so restrictive that you've only got, especially in the US, with your type of fuels you're getting, you only have to have your mower set up for 3 months, and you're looking at a potential carburetor problem.
Yeah.
You know. Whereas over here, it's not so much of a bad thing. You can use fuel, 4 or 5 months. It's not going to give so much of an issue. But
I take them little drill bits and I'll ream the jet out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have that problem, and my customers don't neither.
No, that's exactly what I do. What's Toby
I do that anyway because carburetors over time, if it doesn't look like it, you can ultrasonic clean them, and that'll get most of it out. The varnish, the gum varnish. Well, once you varnish something, it's hard to get off.
Yeah.
Just like varnishing a tabletop. You got to use paint stripper or chemical to get it off. So.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get off of one of my subscribers. He sent me on my Amazon wish list a full set of micro drill bits.
Yeah, thumb bits. Go ahead. All right.
Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I use them a lot because I don't want to make the jet any bigger. Just want to clean up the side of the walls on the jet.
Right. You just want to ream it out of hell. You want to get the varnish out. It might seem like you're getting into the brass, but actually you're not getting into the brass. You're just taking the varnish off, and you'd be surprised how much varnish will clog up a jet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Had to fix a carb. Had to fix a carb that's been through a cleaner and rebuilt, but still won't prime, and will fire on starting juice. It's a carburetor problem. Just because, Toby, you put a carburetor through a cleaner, don't mean, like we're discussing now, doesn't mean to say the carburetor is clean. I've cleaned carburetors 3 or 4 times before they even come back. And especially with 2-stroke stuff, it may not be just the carburetor, it could be the reeds. So check your reeds are nice and level and not sunk down. It could be a diaphragm's a big issue. A stiff diaphragm won't do anything. You need to get a nice flexy diaphragm. So it could be the carburetor. Did you take the Welch plugs out of the carburetor? So many people don't take the Welch plugs out.
That's a must. The Welch plugs on certain carbs, that's a must.
Yeah.
But Toby, what kind of carb is it, or what kind of unit is it? 2-stroke, 4-stroke?
Because there's three or four little tiny holes underneath the Welch plug, and that's where the varnish sits.
Yeah, that's the idle circuit.
Yeah. Rotor. Harbor Freight sells a battery mower without the batteries, and batteries cost more than the mower. There you go.
Yeah, believe it.
I was given a B&Q strimmer free. It needs a new end. It needs a new end of string end. I asked B&Q. They said they don't sell them. They're cheap. You can buy them. You can buy them from China. Most of the stuff from B&Q, from Wickes, from Tesco's, all those sort of places. All you got to do is measure, like Pete's got there. Pete's got an end pull cord. Just measure your whole centers, center to centers. Measure them up, and then go onto eBay. In fact, don't go onto eBay. Go onto the internet and punch in what you need, and then that will then take you to eBay, and you'll get one from China, a cheap copy one from China for about 10 quid, and that'll do the job. But most of these places like Ryobi, Titan, McCulloch, they're all now. You're really hard to find the main dealer supplier to get the parts from in the UK. You have to go across the sea to Wuhan.
Toby said it's a Walbrook. Well, did you run it through an ultrasonic cleaner? 3 times. Because if that carburetor set up with oil and gas mixture in it, you let them set up too long, I can get them back. Take my time, I can get them back. But sometimes it ain't worth it. Sometimes just buy a new one. You know, I have an account with Walbrook, so you know.
Toby says a new replacement carburetor for that is £50. I'm 110% convinced, Toby, you can get that price down by buying a copy carburetor.
How much is £50?
£50 is about $56, $57.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait, hold on, be right back. What?
Try Sten. They're quite good. But the prices for original parts is going to cost you. When you put it in the ultrasonic cleaner, put a little bit of paint thinners or a little bit of white spirit in there as well. It just breaks it up a bit. Kiss. Hello, Mick. Could you do a video on what grass seed is best? What grass seed is best to use? It'd be nice to know what seeds are best. Yeah, we could do something. Yeah, we could do something. Do a little trial, couldn't we? Make a frame up and make something right. Toby, what carburetor is actually on it, mate? What's the markings on that carburetor? I've got a Sten's catalogue here. See what Sten's do. Because Sten's are now in the UK as well, not just in America. We have Stens over here, which is what I use. I use Stens quite a lot. Or Garden Hire spares. Say again.
I got an Oregon book in my house here. I don't have to go to the shop, but I can look it up. I got an Oregon book. That's thick.
I'm gonna have to drop down, Nick.
All right, Pete. No worries, mate. Yeah, okay, buddy.
I'll give you a bell later.
Yeah, cool. All right, buddy. No worries.
Cheers.
Bye, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, let us know what that carburetor is, and I'll see what Stens have got it at. But you can try Stens or Garden Hire spares in the UK are really good. Try them. They're really good. The streamers I've been in my mum's garage. Yeah, okay. Hi, Scrapper. How you doing? Yeah, cool. Is it worth keep cleaning with WD-40 and yeah, but if if you haven't got ultrasonic cleaner, then make one. just get a regular sander. Take the sanding paper off of it. Okay, get yourself a Perspex tub lunchbox with a sealed lid. Tape your sander to the underside of it. Make sure it's all fixed. Put your carburetor inside it. Hot water, bit of white spirit or something in there. Close it all down. Hang it up. Don't leave it because it's electrical. Turn it on for 4 or 5 minutes and just let it do its thing. You can build what they call a redneck cleaner.
Yeah.
Make one yourself.
That would work.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the ultrasonic waves going through it, but it would work. Yeah. It's agitating it.
Exactly that. It's agitating it. It's just, it's knocking it about a bit. Ultrasonic cleaners. But before I invested in one, I thought they were a gimmick. I thought, absolute waste of time and money. I was quite happy to sit here with my lamp on, my glasses on, and pick away. But do you know what? Ultrasonic cleaning, it's lovely. As long as you prep the carburetor, you clean the carburetor, and then you do your post clean as well. You can't just take it out the cleaner and put it on. You have to clean it again afterwards, because there might be some crap built up inside it. We just knock it out. So yeah, give it. It's actually free cleans. It gets clean before it goes in. It gets clean whilst it's in, and gets clean when it comes back out. Then air compress it all out, and you should with a decent gasket set, rebuild kit. You should better bring it back, but it may need to go in 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. I've had to do it 3 or 4 times for a carburetor that sat up for a year or so.
Yeah, me too. I've had some carburetors where it just don't make no sense. I've cleaned it, I've rimmed it, I've done everything I normally do. I get quite a good percentage. 95% of my carburetors come back clean and working, but you always get one which goes in 3 or 4 times, and then it fires up, and then the next day you go outside, it won't fire up. You leave it for 3 weeks and it fires up again. It's just it's the way it is.
It's picky. Oh, Toby said his sat would steal fuel for a while.
There you go.
Hey, Sparky, how you doing, bud?
Hi, Spark. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, stale fuel is a carb killer. It just kills carburetors. So if your carburetor is dirty because of a stale fuel, straight away you need to be looking at new gaskets straight away. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's cool.
Why?
You're okay. Yeah, good. Come on.
And I'm lucky. I have the option of 5 gas stations in town with non-ethanol fuel. I got the luxury of 5 places I can buy it from.
No, I want some, baby.
Yeah, go get you some.
Okay.
What's the price difference in your non-ethanol fuel?
About 25 cents a gallon.
Yeah,
that's it. I know people that's all they use in their vehicles.
Yeah,
they're mowers, and they never in the mechanic shop. Well, except for something else beside the engine,
Yeah. Compressed air can blow the diaphragms, definitely.
Oh, you got a check valve in there too.
In
that carb, you have a check valve in there, and you can knock it out of commission.
Yeah, definitely. That's why sometimes it's just as cheap. I buy a load of these cheap carburetors from China. Standard 11.5 mil throats. I buy about 15 of those at beginning of the season, and they pretty much bolt onto anything.
Yeah.
Especially for strimmers. I wouldn't recommend it quite so much for chainsaws, but for strimmers, not so much of an.
Most all them carbs and cube carbs are the same. All you got to do sometimes is just the linkages hook up different.
Yeah.
All you got to do is take the butterfly, the linkage part out. Take your butterfly plate out.
Yeah.
Take that out. Put it in the brand new carb. Put your butterfly plate back in, and for your choke and your throttle, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I had there's a common fault on the FS38 copy carburetors, and that is the throat the throttle linkage is too short, and when you put the copy one on, you can't. Although the carburetor will rev fully, you can only pull the throttle lever halfway in to get your full revs. So exactly that. You got to take the linkage out and just swap it over.
Mm.
Good boy, coming in.
Is that baby?
Yeah, here.
Oh, you are.
I need to order. I got a steel FS 85. I think it is. It's the 2-stroke version.
Oh,
And on my
yeah.
throttle plate on the car, there's a little barrel
On top of that.
that the cable goes into. I
Bye.
need to order me one like that for that one. They're about $5.
Toby says, are torch plugs any good? Yes, they are. Torch plugs are absolutely fantastic for making necklaces out of. Brilliant for necklaces, anything like that. They're good for smashing windows. They're not much good in an engine, but who? Toby, yeah, green one, yeah. It's a daddy's one.
I use Champion.
Yeah, we use the NGKs. I tend to use the NGKs over here, which is the Champion equivalent.
Are we happy now?
Good boy. Yeah. Oh wait. Torch plugs, in my opinion, and it's a bit of cross. That's fine. Yeah, like it's a bit of cross information. Some people have good luck with Champion. Some have good luck with NGK. Some have good luck with Torch. I'm not going to knock the Torch plug, because some people do have good experience with them, and since I have been bashing them, some people said, you know what, I've actually, that's all I use, and they're really good. But I have so many cheap economy mowers coming in on a daily basis, which are your B&Q, your Wilcos, and your Tesco's, and they've all got that Torch plug in it. Give it a season, that Torch plug is done. I have so many of them, but the Champions and the NGKs, I do have the same problems with some of them. But I think the bulk of the issue is that they come from manufacturer. They come off the line into a box, dropped into another box, dropped into a smaller box, thrown onto a package for pallets, onto the back of a lorry. Then it goes to Amazon. They get hold of it. They drop it on the floor twice. Then they throw it on your doorstep. And by the time you get it, that spark plug's been chucked on the floor 15 times. Yeah. So you always get. I had one box of 14. I think I had 5 bad NGKs in it. 5.
Wow.
And when I tested them, but they were dead. But, you know, so you do get it. I've never had a problems with NGK. I've had a few problems with NGKs. I've had a few problems.
If my distributor has a sale on NGK, hey, I'll order a 24-pack, you know, a little styrofoam crate of them, you know, for the common ones.
There you go. Harry says, I only use Torch plugs to smash windows. Exactly that.
But I can get Champions for, I think it's $1.30 to my distributor a piece.
Yeah.
So,
well, even the new Briggs the new Briggs plug overhead valve one. It's not a Briggs plug. It's actually a Champion, isn't it? Yeah,
right. Yeah. Well, but it's the longer thread.
Yeah. 992304s. It's a Champion plug with just a Briggs and Stratton logo on the front of it. That's all it is.
Yeah. You can put those in a Honda. You can and your overhead valves, your overhead valve Briggs. Those take a longer thread.
Yeah.
To go in there, and I don't even forgot the number of the plugs now.
997s.
I mean the short ones for the old L head engines.
Yeah, I think Champions and 997s, aren't they? We use B2LMs over here.
The JM19L.
19s, yeah. We use the NGK equivalent of B2LM. It's a good plug.
Yeah, I can get the Champions for, like I said, about $1.30, $1.25 on sale from a distributor.
Yeah.
NGK sometimes cheaper.
Sometimes. I know there's a shop over here in the UK, a car shop, well-known car shop, car accessory shop, and they sell a pack of 4 NGKs for £17. You can get on Amazon a pack of 14 for a pack of 10, sorry, for 14 quid.
What's a quid? Like $2?
A pound. Quid's about $1.50.
Oh, so a quid's the same thing as a pound then?
Yeah, it's just slang.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, a quid is a slang. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know I got some old crowns, some old silver crowns. You know, and they're about the size of a silver dollar.
Yeah.
So what's a crown equal to? Like a dollar or?
I couldn't even tell you.
No. I mean, in the old days, what was a crown equal to? Like $10?
Couldn't even tell you. No idea.
Really? A crown?
Yeah, a little bit before my time.
Oh, so yeah, that's right. They don't use crowns in the monetary system anymore. Okay. I think it was something like $10 back then. A long time ago, a crown was equal to American $10.
Yeah. So £1 or 1 quid is $1.30.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody mentioned that a while ago. I think it was him, or it might have been him. Hey, Thomas.
Hi, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. PPE fire suit. Yeah, definitely for Harry. That's what he needs. You gotta have a fire extinguisher, buddy. You gotta have one. Can't be having no fires in the shop. You never know.
I packed my key ring a few weeks ago. That one, I had one from you.
Oh, Nick. Yeah.
I had to pack it a few weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
When I went through my drawers right here on my desk, and I was taking all my silver and tools, like my coin scales, all my notepads, tablets. I was packing all that up, putting that in the Jeep in case we had to bug out for Hurricane Laura.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to, but boy, I tell you what, it got close, because towns just a town away from me are devastated. You know, we got lucky here in my town. That was a deadly hurricane.
Was it really?
Yeah, and they got one hitting Alabama right now. Hurricane Sally.
It's not good.
They've been getting beat up for 2 days.
Yeah, we're lucky over here. We tend to get a lot of the tail end stuff. Whatever you guys have, we tend to get the tail end of it, and by the time it gets to us, it's darn near blown itself out.
Oh yeah. Well, they have one now. Well, yeah, I've seen hurricanes come from in the Atlantic, and then they'll go north and east, and I've seen them hit the UK, you know, already. But they're a minimum hurricane.
Yeah.
A storm, more or less.
Hi, Moose. How you doing, buddy? Good day to you from down under.
Hey, Michael Evans. Okay, a crown was 5 shillings. So 25 pound in current terms. Okay.
25p.
Oh, what's P?
Pence. 100 pence to a pound.
Oh, okay. So 25 pence.
A half crown was 12.5 pence. So in our money, that, or 2.6 of imperial guys, mate, you've lost me. You've lost me.
Okay. Well, it seemed like Michael Evans knows a little bit about the old coinage. I've seen Michael Evans around too. The crown was 5 shillings, so 25 pence.
I have no idea.
I'll make sense of it one day.
When you do, give me a holler.
I have a lot of Australian silver. I've got the threepences, 3 pence,
Yeah.
the 6 pence, and then I've got a couple of shillings, silver shillings, and I've got a silver crown. Then I have some English coins also, not many. I have more Australian stuff, but the Queen's still on it, so.
Yeah.
You know.
Richard, Heights.
Yeah, you went to in 66.
The market second mower's gone to pot at the moment. Every second-hand van prices have hit the roof. Yeah, well, at the moment, especially this year with the virus and what have you, I think everybody's trying to make a few extra pennies and what have you, and everyone's buying them. I've struggled this year to get the quantity in. I've still got about 15 or 20 in, but one, they're not buying them up, and we're not buying at the prices that I sold last year. Yeah, the economy is there. It is. The economy is all over the shop. Hi, Mick and Colin. I'm back again. Had to feed my dogs. Right, I make no worries. A 10 bob note was near to $1. Okay, if you say so, Tam. I've got no ideas, brother. Americans get hurricanes, we get mixed mowers. Cheers, mate. Thanks.
He's a bit of a wind.
There's Doug. Look, Doug's in Alabama.
Hey, Bama Mudmore. Yeah, well, he's up in like central Alabama though.
Yeah. He's in
Talladega. He's gonna get a little bit of that storm.
Yeah, he's in Talladega.
Huh?
He's in Talladega, Alabama.
Oh yeah, Talladega. Okay, I think he said Calcutta. I'm like, huh? Where's that at in Alabama?
In near the racetrack.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard. Yeah.
He's up there about 2/3 of the way up.
Yeah. It's been a funny old season, Richard, without a doubt. Been a funny old season. I've done quite well though, because I think because everything was shut for the first 15, 16 weeks, and with China not producing what it normally does, so many people were dragging machinery out of a shed that had been sat in there for years. So I got my repair service work went through the roof, for people just bringing mowers in that haven't run in like 10 years. And they all said it was running fine last week. So my repairs is through the roof, but my sales are not. And I won't sell a mower if I know a mower is worth a certain amount of money. I won't sell it for a penny less. No way. I just winterize it, put it in the store, and it'll go next year. I don't go knocking out cheap mowers like that. Not worth doing.
How you been, Bama?
He's on his first coffee, so he's probably just scratching his ass and climbing out of bed.
Yeah, I ate a bunch of shrimp gumbo about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I think I went to bed around 2. Then I got up at like 4, a little after 4, or right at 4 o'clock. Stomach was growling a little bit, so I said, "Well, let me go check on the storm." I got friends in Alabama.
Mick, I recently just finished work on a Boland's ride-on mower via my YouTube channel. Cool. Unfortunately, had to get spares from USA. Well, that is a thing. That is a thing, mate. And the problem is getting spares from USA is so much more expensive than getting it from China. So much more. Getting stuff shipped over from America is disgusting.
Hey, I was fixing to mention Brandon's name. What's up, Brandon? How you doing this morning, little buddy?
Brandon, your parcel's been posted today, mate. Your parcel is on its way. I don't know why it costs so much at the moment to post stuff over from the States and back. Is crazy. No good for mower buying, selling here in Victoria, Australia. Lockdown due to COVID and can't travel any more than 5 kilometers from home unless it's urgent. Yeah, we had it here, Moose. We had it here, buddy boy.
I tried to put the link up for Brandon, and it wouldn't let me do it. Oh well.
What link? There's one. I can chuck it in there. We had it here, Moose. We were locked up for about 23 weeks, I think, in total. But because I'm what they call a key worker, I work on the railroad. I worked through the entire thing, so it didn't bother me one iota. The only positive out of it is that there was no one on the roads at 3:30 in the morning. You could travel from here to London in about 35 minutes. It was lovely.
USA postage to Australia is thievery too. Yeah. I don't know. I can get a good price to Australia and Scotland. I've shipped stuff to Scotland. Now I won't do it no more.
Well, I know that Doug Bama Mudmowers was gonna fix to send me a parcel. It had some peanut butter fudge in it, and it had some bits and jams and some slaw in there. It's just a bit of home cooking stuff and a few little trinkets. And he took it in a I think it was a medium parcel box. He had it all packed up in, and he went to his local post office to post it. I think they said it's going to cost about $97. He darn near soiled his pants at the counter.
What? Hey, okay. Let me do something here.
He had to go and have a sit down on the bench for 20 minutes. He was shaking so much.
Wow. Let me get on my shipping company that I ship with, because they cheaper than the post office. I'll get your. Hell, I don't even need your country code. I'm gonna just put UK.
Less flights going, says Snobby. So it's doubled in cost. Yeah, well, that's definitely a thing, And I think most of China stuff is that they sit and wait for a container ship to go, don't they? So you get a choice with China. You either get it inside a week and a half, or if they miss a boat, then you get it in 3 weeks. Yeah, the lack of cars on the road was awesome. It was brilliant. It was lovely.
Okay, let's see. Ship to United Kingdom. Okay, United Kingdom. Okay, a medium flat rate box should be about $20.
Well, Doug said it was $91 to US mail.
Okay, priority mail, medium flat rate. Get rate quote. Oh crap! I didn't put the pounds in. It don't matter because you can put 50 pounds in those things. Let me put 12 pounds.
I don't know how heavy it was, but all I know is that Doug's pants were heavier than the parcel.
Wow. $70.
There you go.
The poundage might have something to do with it.
Oh, definitely. I think anything over 2 kilos, you've had it.
I put in 12 pounds. Okay, let me put in 3 pounds.
I once got a Bolan's running. It was shipped off to Wales.
Same price. 3 pounds, 15 pounds, $71. That's better than $90. Man, I didn't know it was much. I did not know that much.
All I'm saying is that peanut butter fudge must have been quite heavy in the stomach. I'm in Essex. They seem to be quite collectible over here. Yeah, people do love the Bolan's. Yeah. £5 is that box. It's a 5 BL box.
Okay. Because I knew it was about $18 to Scotland. And Scotland's in the UK.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I know. And I don't see Scotland in my list. Wow.
I only buy from Wuhan sellers who have UK warehouses. The problem is with that, I was going to buy some cozies. I've got some Terral Fixes All cozies. And I was going to get my own made up. And there's a UK seller going to do some up for me. And it turns out they're coming from China, which bumped the price right up.
Dang, $82 to Australia.
There you go. That's why Doug darn near had a coronary.
Yeah, but you're in the UK though, right?
He was at the office counter like.
Man,
like that.
you see, I get a discount because I make my own labels, so I get a discount. So I'm saving like 10%.
Here to
Saving
go.
$8.
Righto, Tam. Thanks for popping in, mate.
Gee,
No worries, buddy. 82 US is about free. Yeah. Think crap. It's man is off to the beach. Family day. Cool. Mick, I brought a set of those miniature drill bits you've used in your video. They are smaller than I realised. Yeah. Well, I was fortunate enough to get a pack bought for me off my wish list, and these have the complete set, and some are quite big, and I'm going to struggle. I might use them for like quantum carburetors, that sort of stuff, but the small ones, my god, they're tiny.
Yeah, they down to the thousandths of an inch.
eBay is my friend.
We got two or three sets of those at the big shop.
Yeah,
I got a small set here in my shop, and then at the big shop,
hi Dirt Rider.
we got several sets.
Dirt Rider, your parcel's been packaged, mate. It's on its way to you now. Be a couple of weeks before it gets to you, buddy boy. Righto, Brandon. Slow internet.
Man, that sucked.
Slow internet in Texas. We should call Gary the Mondeo man. Yeah, exactly that. He's pumping out Mondeo vids at the minute. eBay is my friend. Amazon is normally slightly dearer, but with Amazon, you can pay for next day delivery. You know, you're getting it next day. You know, I don't mind paying £10 more if you're going to get it next day rather than waiting 4 or 5 days, especially over the weekend. If you order on eBay on a Friday at 3:30 in the afternoon, you ain't getting it till Tuesday.
I usually get stuff from Amazon in 2 days, and it's free.
Yeah.
I've got Prime.
Richard works on most types of engines. Right, Rich, I'll check you out, buddy boy. I'll check you out. Anyone who works on engines is a friend of me. Let's have a little look. Let's put you up in there. Where's my monetization? I don't know no more.
It's $5 a month for Prime.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's well worth it. It's well worth it. Especially when I used to order a lot from Amazon.
Yeah.
I was ordering parts 2-3 times a week, four times a week. That'd been a lot of shipping.
I order quite a bit. I've changed the way in which I sort of do my business now through the shop. I used to have so much stock, and you know yourself. Models change every single 6 months. You know, but there's always a variation somewhere. So now I just when I get a machine coming, I've got a trimmer, a strimmer, and a hedge cutter coming in, a leaf blower coming in next week. I just ordered the service kits up for them now. Just order the service kits up rather than keeping 4 or 5 different types of filters, 4 or 5 different types of plugs. It got a bit stupid in the end.
2 chainsaws to work on.
Yeah.
A trimmer. 2 trimmers. One of them's mine. I just need to adjust my carburetor. It runs fine, but it hesitates a little bit once you pull that trigger. The trigger response is not there, so I need to open up my low side just a little bit.
Yeah, just bring it on up. So sometimes you can get it just by tuning it, can't you?
It takes that special spline screwdriver.
Yeah, I've got them.
Oh yeah, I need to order me another set. I got the set from the shop, one of the sets from the shop, because I can't find my spline, my personal spline, so I borrowed one from the shop.
Right, Richard, I just hooked you up on my channel, mate. I got you.
Yeah, if it's in that bag. I don't know if that spline's in that bag. It might be on the bench.
Brandon's got 2 push mowers and 2 zero turns to knock out today. Well, get them done, boy. You can't just sit here talking to me all day long. Get it done. Sitting here yakking.
Oh, it's still in the morning for us. It's not even opening time yet for Brandon.
2 o'clock over here.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Hi, Tampa. Don't run in the toolbox till it's time, Brandon.
Hey, Tampa. What's up, buddy?
$11 p.m. That's Australia, yeah? Yeah, it's late in the day. Hey. I'm working and listening along. Good lad. What we like to hear. Oh. Let me fetch you a link up, Richard, and see if we can't get some people on your channel. You've got 200 subs on there. There's Richard's link to his channel just there. Feel free. Mick, I'm finding it really hard to get established on YouTube. Well, the best way to get established on YouTube is there's 2 ways of doing it, what I find works. Number 1 is you got to pump out content. You got to pump out content on a regular timetable, 2 videos a week, 1 video a week minimum, and then the live streams. I recommend hitting the live streams. Don't be too pushy. Hit the live streams. Get up on panels. Start talking to people, and eventually it comes. I've been on here for about 18 months now, and I'm slowly approaching 4.5K.
Oh, wow, you got a lot.
Well, you know, I've worked hard at it, Cage. I've not had a day off. I've worked hard, you know, pumping 2 or 3 videos out sometimes a week. You know,
right.
Live stream. This is my 2nd live stream. This week I have 2 videos, 2 live streams.
Right.
You know, so yeah, you got to pump the content out, and you've got to get on these live streams. Try and stay away from the grow ones if you can. But in my opinion, they don't do a channel a lot of good unless they're done the right way. I only subscribe to channels that really do interest me, because otherwise I'm not going to watch them. As simple as that.
I did 1 live stream Saturday night. I did my coin auction, and then I did 2 videos Sunday night. And those were, I put them on my coin channel, but it was our anniversary, and I did candy baby back ribs on the barbecue pit.
You're welcome, Richard, mate. You're welcome. Just take your time, you know, and I think what's important. Righto, Moose. Thanks for popping on in, buddy boy. Sleep tight, buddy boy.
Drive cable.
What's important is you got to let your channel grow organically. You know, if you push, it starts to eat into the soul. And doing what we do on YouTube, number 1, importantly, it should be fun. It's got to be fun. If you're not having fun doing it, then you shouldn't be doing it. You know, so just it'll come. Keep pumping the content, good thumbnails, live streams. You know, if you're not a live streamer, you just ease yourself into it. Just hit that live button, and you'll be surprised who comes on up. People are searching for panels.
Yeah, and don't be scared to make a video. Like, say, if Mick's got a video on how to do a Briggs & Stratton carb on a little push mower. I got a video on that. Tarrell's got a video on that Slippers did. Don't be scared to do a video like that, you know, because your friends might not know them guys.
Yeah. Yep. But I think that's a really important thing. And I was talking to Bama just the other week. He had a little ride on mud mower that he was I think he sat it up for about 3 months. It's his own personal rider, and it got gummed up. And he done a video on it, but he only showed the start and the finish. And I said to him, Dan, why didn't you do the bit in between, the cleaning bit. You know, I like seeing that. It's like, he said there's hundreds of videos on there. But I said, but there may be hundreds of videos on there, but you haven't got one on there yet. So, most of my videos are a lawnmower comes in from a scrappy or from wherever. I bring it in, I diagnose it, I clean it, I do it, I fix it. It's got. I do a start to finish on a certain machine. 90% of my videos are carburetor cleans, but people have said, "Oh, it's mixed mowers, a carburetor guy." You know what I mean? Well, maybe so, but if I've got over 300 uploads with carburetor cleans on it, there's a much higher chance of people watching a carburetor clean of my video than somebody else's.
Yeah.
You know, so don't be frightened just to chuck out a video, and also leave your mistakes in. If you make a mistake, don't try and cover it up because people will sniff it out. Leave them in there.
Don't make them too long.
No, not too long, not too short. I think half an hour. Half an hour is about right. Sometimes mine go over into an hour. Sometimes, depending on what I'm doing. Don't be afraid of doing a part 2 or a series. I think my vintage mower I did this one here restored. I think there's about 9 videos on that total, and they're roughly about 45 minutes each. But there's loads of videos on these old mowers, these real mowers, of people doing cold start ups and this sort of thing, but there's not many videos of people taking the clutch plates out and how the brake assembly comes out and all that sort of stuff. So you gotta try and mix it up a bit. Make the channel yours.
Yeah, I'm the only guy on YouTube that has on a 6-horse Briggs and Stratton engine. There's many YouTube videos on a 8-horse, 10-horse. On the L head, L head in. I'm the only guy on YouTube that has a video on replacing the governor.
Yeah. I did a video a little while ago. I had a 450E come in.
An E series.
Yeah, with a bent crank. And so many people would just disregard that engine, strip it for spares. But I managed to find a bent crank, original part from Briggs, I think for £30, which is cheap for a crank.
It is. Yeah, they usually run about $80. Yeah,
exactly that. So for £30, I got a brand new crank. I had to wait like 2 weeks. It came from Denmark. I had to wait 2 weeks for it. But I repaired a 450 21 22-inch cut mower for about £50. I still made plenty of profit on the mower, and I've got the video up, a 2-part video on how to fully change a crankshaft and what you should be looking for, all tightened up to spec and all that sort of stuff. So just you got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Just keep pumping them out.
I could do one of those on an E engine, like you were saying, or L head. I can change the crank out. Now, if I know I'm going to do that job,
yeah.
Well, everything's going to be laid out. All my tools going to be there. Now, this is with air. Okay, yeah. All air. Well, except for the sump bolts and stuff like that. It's going to be a drill. Impact drill. But anyway, impact for the flywheel, and then a hammer chisel to pop the flywheel off.
Yeah.
I can change the crank out and have the engine back together. Now, that's not the engine on the lawnmower frame. Once the engine's off of the frame, crank replaced in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't even take that long. But I'm not in a rush because I'm not charging them about an hour. I'm charging them a flat rate to do it.
Yeah. But when you're doing a video on it, it takes about three bloody days.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest a tripod. Richard, get a tripod. Once you start your video, I don't know how your editing skills are. I have none. The extent of my editing, when I do cooking videos on my cooking channel, I hit the pause button. you know, Cajun cooking takes a while. So I'm turning a 3-hour meal, I'm condensing it down to about 30, 45 minutes. I hit the pause button until the next step comes up. Then I just hit the pause button again, and I'm back. That's what I did on my video Sunday. So I actually took 2 hours or 3 or 4 hours down to 2 videos because my battery went dead. And to, I think one was 30 minutes or something, maybe not even that. The other one was like 10 or 15 minutes. So when you're working on an engine, showing stuff off, if you got to clean something or throw something in the ultrasonic cleaner, hit the pause button on your camera or your phone, and when you take it out, get your carburetor clean, when you get all your chemical out of the car, ready to put it back together, hit the pause button again. That's yeah.
Yeah,
you take a 2-hour job and condense it to 20, 30 minutes.
Most of my videos in the raw footage, by the time I finish, you know, cutting in, cutting out, I load it onto a PC. They come out about 45 minutes long. Time I work the magic in the editing software, they come out about 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere in there.
So you actually doing editing, you know, you taping like 6 hours of footage, and you taking little pieces out of that.
Yeah. I always try to keep it step by step. So if I'm moving on, you know, and have to clean something up or whatever, yeah, definitely I need to come back, or I'll do a slightly speed up version, so I time lapse it slightly so you can see me put it back together, because you've seen me dismantle it, so putting it back together is exactly the same, just in reverse. So I might speed that section up ever so slightly. You know. Hi, how you doing? Yeah. I've got my sister-in-law just popped in. All right.
Ask you a favour.
Bischoff, Eric Bischoff. Man, where you from?
Well,
got a bunch of Bischoff down in Louisiana.
Mike's got his appointment through for his keyhole.
Yeah.
It's on Monday the 5th of October.
Okay.
If I need you, are you able to drop a note to PA?
I think I'm actually off. I think I'll double check. It should finish. I'll work around it. Yeah.
I am off, but I thought I could then carry on doing the bells.
Yeah. 5th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'll double check my dates and let you know. It shouldn't be a problem either way. I'll sort something out.
Right.
All right, babe. No problem. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Out in your little shed.
I'm just on a live stream. We've got 25 people listening, and I've got Cajun Coin Hunter on here chatting away to me from Louisiana. You know, it's tough at the bottom.
While he's laying on his shark.
Is Nana back, is she?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Brandon. To speed up the videos, put it in a fast forward mode. Yeah. What was that?
Was what?
That my phone? What the hell is it?
Sometimes speed videos up when we're moving and putting bolts back in. Yeah, exactly that, Brandon. That's what I do. Yeah, exactly that. Speed it up or slow it down. A little bit of music in there. I normally have a bit of the old banjo grass playing in the background while I'm doing mine. In a dentist chair, yeah. I'm chilled out in my chair. It's my new live streaming chair. It's lush. I love it. Hi, Scott. How you doing, buddy? Ninja style. Exactly that.
Oh, that's probably a telemarketer.
I mean, from where my videos were when I first started doing videos to where they are now, they're night and day. Two different people on there. You know, I'm more confident in front of the camera. I'm more competent in using the camera. GoPro is good for making time lapse. Yeah, I don't actually use that part nest. I use my GoPro. That's all I use. I got the Hero 7. I upgraded from the 4. I bought the 7 second hand. but I don't use time lapses. All I use in my editing software, I use the Vegas Studio Pro 14 version. I think they're on like 17 or 18 now. And literally all you got to do is when you get to your clip of your putting the machine back together, you just grab one side of it and you just condense it down, and it just speeds it up. You don't have to use time lapse at all. You just compress the file, and then you just drop the volume out of it, put some music on top of it, overlay it, and straight away you've got bluegrass banjo playing over top of you whilst you're putting something back together. So just go with it. Just if you're not sure, go onto YouTube and look up some tutorials how to do it. It's exactly how I did it. Martin Butler helped me just set up the program, so I had the basics, but after that, I'm away with it. It's so easy. I can do a 40-minute video. I can have it edited, ready for rendering in around about 15 minutes. No problem at all.
And what you call that program? Vegas
Studio Pro.
Vegas, like Las Vegas?
Yeah, like Las Vegas, yeah.
Okay. Vegas Studio Pro. I got to tell Mama T that.
Let me double check. I've got it on my system here.
You can add
it's called Movie Studio Platinum, but it's a Vegas edition.
Okay. Let me.
I think the 14 is what I use, which is quite old now. But I'm not going to use all the fandangle bits and pieces. I'm not going to use all of that because mine's in a workshop. I haven't got the best lighting. It's what is. But it's such an easy software to load onto your PC or laptop. It doesn't glitch. It's a really good bit of kit for what I need it for.
Would you call it Moody Studios Platinum?
It's called Movie Studio Platinum. Yeah.
Movie. Okay.
Yeah, Movie Studio Platinum 14. I think it actually says Vegas on it. Vegas Movie Studio. I think that's what it's called. You can get it on Amazon or you can get it on eBay for the 14 edition. You can get for about $25, and it's just a one-off payment. Where is my crown? I haven't got a crown. Have to run, guys. Wallow Tampa. Cheers, buddy boy. 2 ways to skin the cat, Mick. Exactly that. But you see, with the advantage is to not using a time lapse on your GoPro and using it and stretching it out on your editing software. Is that once you record it as a time lapse on your GoPro and you upload it onto your software, that is only ever going to be a time lapse. Whereas you may decide, if you use it normally and speed it up within the editing software, you may decide to use that original clip footage somewhere else. It may be as a thumbnail. It could be as part of it could be part of an introduction. So that's why I don't use time lapses on my camera. I use a time lapse within the software because I say you may want to use that clip somewhere else. If you see a lot of people like Henry from Mowers and Blowers, he'll actually, some of his intro stuff he does is him coming out of his workshop. Well, actually, that's not his intro. That's actually a part of his clip within his video, but he's just pulled that out from another part. So that's how I do it. I agree, sticking to the same item, but I work on cars, vans, scooters, generators, mowers, trimmers, etc. My channel is newer. It's never on the same project. Exactly. Mine's not either. I've done reviews on doorbells. I've done car heaters. I've done, seatbelt fixes and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I do lots of stuff too. Just get what I use. I've got a big tripod. Let me show you my setup. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing expensive. So here's my tripod setup that I use in my workshop. It's just a standard tripod which extends up and down, okay, and also the legs extend. But what I did with mine is I bolted and attached a GoPro stick, selfie stick, because then you got the ability to zoom as well. You see, the GoPro 7 has the ability to zoom anyway, but you cannot adjust the zoom when you're recording. So with the GoPro 7, you adjust your zoom to what you say if you're working on an engine close, But if you feel that it's actually too close, you can't get your hands in, you can actually zoom it all the way in on the camera, zoom your arm all the way in. If you deem it too close, you just put it on back a touch to where you want it. I then also bought this. This is called a newer LED light. So that I use that for illuminating, especially for dark areas when I'm casting shadows. It comes with 2 filters on it as well. And then on top of that, I've just purchased myself up a Rode Wireless Go system, which is a microphone and transmitter system, which clips onto your vest or onto your necklace or whatever, and then onto the tripod, and you can be up to 70 meters away while still recording. So I think, not including the Wireless Go system, I think my GoPro cost about the second hand. It cost about £150 last year. So my GoPro, my tripod was a £5. My light was £34. The GoPro stick I had as part of the accessory kit. You know, so I think total cost, including the wireless setup, I'm looking at about £400 total cost. But before that, I just had a GoPro 4 Silver, which was about 30 quid, and you know, it done the job. Just make it what you need it to do. You know, don't make it too fandangled, especially if you're in a workshop. You know, keep it sort of simple. Keep it simple. Otherwise, you got too much stuff to charge up and too much stuff to worry about. Something to go wrong, you lose your audio. But the most important thing, which I've told Brandon this at BS Small Engines, I've told him this time and time again, is that the 2 things that will put people off watching a video is poor sound quality or audio, or bad lighting. You know, if you've got bad lighting, people physically can't see, or you've got sunlight coming in, or if they can't hear due to wind interference, people just turn off. They just won't watch it. I edited what I thought was a good video yesterday on the non-payment, and then a customer came and paid, so I didn't know if I should release it. Well, just release it. You can always put a disclaimer in the comment section, Brandon, just to cover yourself. I agree, sticking to the same items, but I work on cars yet. Well, I work on anything that comes in. I work on. I even when I went on a holiday 2 years ago to Turkey, I did 5 videos whilst I was out in Turkey on Turkey. You know, the actual resort I went in, and those videos are like 3,000 hits each. You know.
Now, Sparky's doing ribs today.
Ribs and barbecue. I'm going around his house then.
Yeah. Need to check out that video I put out Sunday, Sparky. You might want to try that after you cook your ribs a little while on the side of your fire. Put that honey and brown sugar on the meat side of your ribs and wrap it in aluminum foil. A couple wraps of aluminum foil. Oh man. Oh God, so tender.
Not sure if the wife will go for it at the moment, as I just bought a new MIG, an argon bottle. Laugh out loud. Well, you know, it's what it is. You know, don't forget. I started off doing my channel a year and a half ago, just over, in my back garden. I had no shed. It was snow on the ground. I had no lift table. I had a selection of tools. I've been going 18 months. I'm now fully monetized. Nearly 4,500 subscribers. YouTube is paying me a certain amount of money each month. And now, YouTube money that I've earned, and through sales of machines, I'm able to buy a new workshop, 10x20 workshop, air compressors, lift table. I've been given stuff off my Amazon wish list, tool carts, tool trolleys. It's now fully insulated as well. New windows have been put in this week. Heating systems now in. People are buying me microphones for podcasts and bits and pieces, and digital cameras for streaming. You'll be surprised. All of a sudden, it just takes off, and there's an income to be had. And once the income comes in, you can upgrade.
Yeah.
Take your time.
The one thing you have to have is patience. It's not going to come in 3 months.
No.
Unless you get like a buddy of mine, Stephen Cox. He's a diesel mechanic over in Texas. Brandon knows him. Stephen Cox. Brandon knows him well. Met the guy and, you know, hang around with him and all that. Stephen Cox had a video. He only had a few hundred subscribers, something like that. He put out this viral video, and man, Stephen's up. I mean, he's way up there, like 70, 80,000 subs, fully monetized, and people, every video he makes, he's got like 10, 20,000 views on it.
That's it.
But he had one video that went viral, and I mean, so yeah, you can get lucky. You can get lucky.
Definitely. Okay, Henry, thanks for popping in, buddy boy. Have a good day. Paul E, Mick, I'm out on the back working on my Titan multi-tool. It's firing but won't start. Yeah, sounds like a Titan. You need to check your fuel lines. Start from the beginning. Check your fuel cap, check your fuel lines, check the bung that goes into the fuel lines and the tank, make sure that's sealed, you're not losing air. Primer bulb, all that sort of good stuff. Spark plug, check that. I bought a brand new one. I got a brand spanking new Titan. Brand spanking. I bought it last week.
A Titan multi-tool. What's that?
It's one of these. It's a trimmer, weed eater.
Oh, yeah. You can change the bottom shaft out with from a weed eater to a chainsaw, a small chainsaw, or one with a blade, or okay.
It should be.
Yeah.
Brand new, mine.
Yeah, you can change the bottom shaft from a weed eater to a saw or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. You'll find on them Titans though, Paul, is that the carburetors do fail, and for what it is, you can just buy a brand new carb for about £4 from China. We call it a split shaft, multi-tool over here.
Yeah.
They can be a nightmare. My best advice with anything like that, number one is fuel. When you're mixing your fuel up for your two-stroke, whether it be chainsaw, trimmer, leaf blower, whatever it is, mix your fuel up properly. And I mean you have to, when you're mixing two-stroke fuel or two-cycle fuel, to me, Titans run on 40-1. Yeah, 40-1, 51. There you go.
That right there is $3 at Walmart. $3 for that can.
That's it.
That will last me a whole year. Well, our season's a whole year.
Yeah.
It'll last 8 months for my weed eater. And I recommend this to my customers. I said, look, go to Walmart or get True Fuel. Get this or True Fuel.
Yeah.
It's cheaper about a gallon. It's like $12 a gallon. It's already mixed. You'll never bring me that weed eater or chainsaw again.
That's it.
For carburetor issues. And guess what? They take my advice and I screw myself out of money.
Well, you don't, because eventually when the machine does fail, they're going to bring it back. You know, because it's sound advice. But I've had so many people come in with non-working trimmers or weed whackers or whatever, and the fuel, just by sniffing the fuel, putting your finger in and testing it, you can tell that the fuel mixture is not correct. And I say, what are you running it on? Oh, I run all my stuff on 50-1. Well, you shouldn't be. That's 40-1. You should run that at 40-1. So fuel mixing is key. And what I do is I only ever mix up 500 milliliters, half a liter at a time. That's just how I do it.
Right.
Because one full tank is roughly 500 milliliters. If you mix up 5 liters, that fuel's going to take you 8 months to get rid of, and the fuel will be bad by then. So mix up only what you need as and when you need it. And just by dumping out the fuel, Paul, and putting brand new, fresh, not fresh out of your can, because that can may be 6 weeks old. So fresh fuel mixed up 40-1, you shouldn't get a problem. Mick, is mixing fuel really that important? Yes, it is. It is critical. You have to be a scientist to do it. It's like being a scientist. It has to be bang on. Bad fuel in any machine is bad, but bad two-stroke fuel in a two-stroke machine, whether it be mixed too rich, too lean, or old fuel, can be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm going to be doing a video very soon on how to mix fuel like a pro. I'm not saying I'm a pro, but I believe I have it down to a very, very fine art, especially if you're mixing it at home.
I think I have one, maybe. Or maybe I didn't upload it. I'll take a quart mayonnaise jar, or a roux jar. You know, mayonnaise jars are plastic. So our roux jars are glass. Quart jar, I'll pre-measured a quart. I'll fill the jar up. I'll put a Marcolite line on my jar. So next time I'll just pour non-ethanol gas. Now this is when I do mix my own fuel, if I run out of this stuff. And I have a 2.5 ounce measuring glass from Walmart for 89 cents. Okay. And I have a mark right there because it's 0.8 of an ounce of oil, 0.8, not quite an ounce of oil for 40 to 1 to a quart of gasoline, petrol. And I mix it, I shake it up, and that won't even last a week working on chainsaws or weed eaters, you know. And it's going to be exactly this mix right here. But if I run out of this and I have to mix my own, 0.8 of an ounce, and it's 40 to 1.
So the way I do it, okay, it's very simple. The way I do it is much the same as anybody else does it in their home. I've got just a regular container, which has got it's got fluid ounces on one side, and it's got milliliters, okay, on the same side. You can get these absolutely anywhere. You can use a measuring jug out the kitchen as long as you don't put it back.
Right.
Okay, so I fill up my bottle to 500 ml, okay, which is roughly a full tank on any strimmer, weed whacker, leaf blower, roughly 500 ml. Okay, mix up the 500 ml. That's what you need. You now need to figure out what does your machine run on. Now, most of the machines that come with you brand new, it will tell you on a big label. Okay, if not, you just punch in your machine type, model, and what have you into eBay, into Google, and you just punch in the words afterwards, fuel mixture, and it'll come up, right? Anyway, I know that my Titan runs at 40 to 1. So I get 500 ml juice, okay? I then know I've got mixed 40 to 1. So what is 500 ml at 40 to 1? No one knows, right? Easiest thing to do. Go onto your smartphone, onto your app store, onto your Play Store, whatever it's called, and just punch in the words 2-stroke, 2-cycle mixing app. And I've got one here. It says gas oil mixer app. You click that, right? So now at the moment I've got 1 litre at 50 to 1. Okay, so I know my machine takes 40 to 1. So I punch in 40 to 1 at 1 litre. I want to reduce that to 500 ml. So that's 0.5. So 40 to 1 at 0.5 of a litre is 100 and, oh, sorry, that's not quite right, beg your pardon, 0.5. 0.5 of a litre is 12.5 millilitres of oil. So keep that there. You get your petrol can with 500 ml. You then get, you know, those little medicine things, syringes you use for kids for medicine, Calpol, Nurofen, the little syringes. I've got loads. Yeah. You get one of them. They're in 2.5 millilitres and 5 millilitres applications. So all you then do, you put 2 5s in, that's 10. You put your 2.5 in, that's 12.5 millilitres to 500 millilitres of oil. Give it a mix, and that's perfect 40 to 1 mixture of oil. You then pour that into your machine. That glass is now empty, ready for your 50 to 1 or your 25 to 1 or whatever it is else you want to mix. So if you're mixing 500 ml of 25 to 1, you just get rid of a 40, you put in 25 to 1, half a litre is only 20 ml of oil. And that's how I do it, because I have so many machines come in so many different mixtures of oil, whether it be vintage stuff or up-to-date stuff. Some chainsaws run leaner than others. Just literally mix it like a scientist. Get it on your bench, mix it up just what you need. Don't mix up too much because it'll go off. Unleaded fuel in this country starts to break down after 30 days.
Wow.
I use about 3 gallons a year of 2-cycle fuel. There you go. It's not a lot, 3 gallons. It ain't a lot.
Yeah, well, in some areas, like I would never use 3 gallons a year in 2-cycle fuel. Well, I mean, I'm a mechanic, so yeah, you know. But as far as for usage, I would never use on my property 3 gallons a year in 2-cycle fuel and all. No, not me.
I tell you, Paul, that app changed your life, because as long as you're mixing your fuel right, you're getting rid of part of your diagnosis problem, because so many stuff comes in. Are my strimmers bogging down? Okay, it's bogging. So straight away, I'm thinking in my head, it could be the fuel screen, it could be the carburetor, it could be the fuel lines, it could be sucking in too much air, maybe it needs tuning. The first thing you need to do is dump whatever fuel is in that tank, get rid of it, and then put the right mixture fuel, fresh fuel back in. That way you can do away with the fuel diagnosis system, because you may start that cord and it fire on straight up because they've been running it at 50 to 1.
Now, here's what I do, Mick. If somebody gets a can of this and it says 40 to 1,
yeah,
okay, and their machine runs on 50 to 1, well,
yep.
Then I tune that machine to 40 to 1.
But that's another way of doing it. But that's totally possible.
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
There are certain things like chainsaws that they don't particularly like it, or some don't. Strimmers, weed whackers, blowers, I think you can get away with that if you know what you're doing. But some chainsaws they do require the correct fuel in to make it peak just to the right point. But mixing fuel,
RPM gauge comes in handy too, so you don't burn it slow up.
Yeah,
because RPM gauge will tell you if you're running lean or running rich.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, getting the right fuel in is absolutely critical. Right, Mick, I used to do the same thing on 2-strokes. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. You got to mix it right. You got to mix it right. It is so critical, so critical. And some people will say, no, it ain't. 50 to 1 and everything, it does the job. Yeah, you'll get away with it for so long, but you're not getting the peak performance out of the machine.
And then you're messing up your carburetor.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to get this guy once a month, almost. Once every 6 weeks. He knocked on my door a while back. I looked out my window. I saw his truck. He bought a brand new weed eater 5 weeks before. Brand spanking new.
Yeah.
A Husqvarna at that, from the Husqvarna dealer over here. He's knocking on my door for me to fix it. I'm not working on that weed eater, because he's not using this can fuel. He's mixing his own, and he's throwing twice as much oil in the gas. He said, "Oh well, more's better." I'm like, "No, it's not, Jimmy Ray. No, it's not." No. I just ain't drill it in his head.
Yeah, I know. I had a gentleman come here about 3 months ago. He didn't have a very, very top end multi-tool, to say the least, but it's what he had. Anyway, he bought it in. It had a new set of fuel lines. It had a new fuel cap. And that's pretty much it. And I fixed on a pull cord. The pull cord just come off, and he needed new bolts to fit the pull cord assembly. That's all it was. It wasn't a big one. Anyway, when I said to him, cheers, Brandon. When I said to him, what fuel you mixing at? He said, I don't know. I said, well, it needs to be 40 to 1. I showed him the app, told him how to do it, and mix up 5 mil at a time. He said, well, I'm commercial. I said, okay, so mix up 5 litres, 10 litres, whatever you want, but right on the side of a can or put a tag on it how much oil needs to go in. But you only mix up neat petrol or more petrol in it when the other lot is gone. Don't go putting 10 litres, get halfway down to 3 litres and put another 10 in unless you mix it up right. Anyway, he come back to me about 3 weeks later. He said, my strimmer's broke. It won't start. Okay, bring it on in. So he brought it in. And before I even bought it in the yard, I give it a nice slow pull, and I could feel the piston rubbing against the bore through the pull cord as I pulled it slowly. I could feel it. So I said, well, you've run it too rich. He said, no, I followed your instructions. He said, I filled up 10 liters of fuel to 25 milliliters of oil. I said, no, 25 milliliters of oil per 500 mil, not 10 liters. I said, you ran it on plain fuel. No, I haven't. I said, look, you didn't copy my instructions. I was told about 500 mil, but you want to mix 10 liters. So 10 liters is more oil. That's what it is. He put plain fuel in it, pretty much. He just ran it on plain fuel, and she sees that.
Yeah.
You gonna get one?
What's up, Mr. Briggs?
What's up, Briggs? Can you get me a Coke, please?
Oh, just coming out of the dentist office.
Briggs.
Hi.
Hi.
You get me a Coke, quick.
You right?
Yeah. So you've got to get your fuel mixers right.
What Coke?
Yeah, Coke, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, new one. Ask Nana. But some people get away with it for so long. Some people get away with it. You know, some people just don't touch their machines year in, year out. They don't service them, and they just use old fuel, and they just run, and it's good. But so many other people just get it wrong from the start, and they have nothing but problems. You know, that's just the way it goes.
Yep.
You know. I used to run my own strimmer. In fact, my own strimmer in what I use personally before I bought this Titan, I don't think I've ever serviced it. I don't think I've ever serviced it. Never needed a service, but only because the fuel is good. Mick, do you think it is worth while fixing a Titan or upgrade to a steel? It all depends what you're using it for. If it's just light stuff, light work, occasional use, Titan all the way. If you're using it commercially every day, I'd think about steel, only because the Titan, if you look at the website on a Titan, the Titan is categorized as occasional use only. Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
He's not here. It's not categorized as a yeah. Oh, cold. The Titan's not categorized as an everyday use of machine. It's only categorized as a occasional use machine. So light work, occasionally used, you know, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week. Yeah, no problem at all. And don't forget, a Titan, they're only about £130 brand new. It comes with a year's warranty on it. So you know, there are pros to buying a Titan for £130, and within 8 months it breaks on you. The power unit goes. Just take it straight on back, and they give you a brand new one. As long as you can prove you put the right amount of oil in it, and it's not seized and things like that, then yeah, I'll buy. In fact, I know commercial blokes that only use Titan, but they don't mind buying 2 Titans a year, you know, because 2 Titans are only going to cost you 230 quid, which is still not the cost of a steel, of a commercial grade steel strimmer.
Oh yeah, we're hot. Yeah, we're hot, Daddy.
Who makes the Titans for y'all?
Me.
It's a company called Screwfix Direct.
Oh yeah, hot.
Okay. Well, what are they similar to? Like kind of like a Ryobi, or?
Yeah, very similar to your Ryobis. Yeah, very similar.
Because it kind of had that design when you showed you.
Yeah,
had that Ryobi design.
Very similar to a Ryobi. You know, they are categorized as a home user machine that are being sold out of a commercial grade business platform. But because they come with the hedge cutter, the extension arm, the chainsaw, the brush cutter version, you know, they're just a good all-round tool.
Right.
Is your mom coming?
Yeah.
What up?
Me said the wee man.
Hi, me.
He makes them wee champ. Yeah. I think the reason. Okay. I think the reason the Titans do so well over here is because tell her boy, is that so many commercial grade people, You want a kiss? I'll give you a big kiss. We like kisses.
Hi.
Yeah, kind of boy, go careful. I think so many commercial grade people, they'll have a still soon, yeah, maybe soon. But they'll have a still commercial grade machine. It breaks down, and they know that they can just pop along to Screwfix Direct, pop along, buy a brand spanking new trimmer, a multi-tool for 130 quid, year's warranty, and get back to work that day and therefore earn their money. You know, that's the brilliance of it. But they're not a commercial grade bit of equipment. It's as simple as that. But I've worked on so many Titans. I would say it's worth fixing the Titan. As I say, a new carburetor, about 11 and a half, 12-inch throat is what you're looking for. Just take your carburetor off, go onto eBay and just punch in universal carburetor. Just find one that looks the same as yours. They all come with dimensions where the 2 bolt holes go in, the measurement across the throat of the carburetor. As long as it's roughly the same and the connections are the same, it'll go straight on. You know, for a £5, you might have to wait a week for a £5. You just replace a bit of equipment, and that beats forking out 150 quid.
Yeah.
The other advantage is to them is that the Ryobi's, the Extended, some of the McCulloch, some of them end attachments, they all fit the Ryobi. The Titan. You might have to modify it ever so slightly. In fact, I'll show you a modification I made on mine. It's going to be. So here's a modification I made to mine. This is a curved shaft leaf blower. So what a fantastic bit of kit. It's only powered by a fan inside. So there's no motor in there. It's just a fan, and it's a shaft that actually makes a fan go around. But this didn't fit. It's got a square shaft, exactly the same as what my Titan's got. So all I did, I measured the attachment of my Titan, and the shaft is around about 8 to 10 mil protruding out of the shaft fixture itself. So I got my grinder and I cut the outer shaft off about 8 to 10 mil. It's got a hole this side, but that's no good to me. I want a hole this side, so I drilled an 8 mil hole there, and now I can now fit this Extended tool to my Titan. Pull the pin out, let it go in, and when it finds its little sweet spot, just locate it. It's there somewhere. Well, there it goes. So now I've got a Titan with a leaf blower in it, and that's a different bit of equipment. You know, you don't get that. So I've actually now upgraded my Titan kit. I've also got a hedge cutter end. I didn't want a full length one. I wanted something a bit closer, a bit like the steel version. So I got an Extended hedge trimmer end, which is up here. I'll show you it. So this is my hedge trimmer, which I've already got. I've already got the attachment for it, right? But my hedge trimmer extension is actually about that long. Well, I didn't want that, not for close stuff. So I cut this right down to bare bones. Again, about 8 to 10 mil hanging out the end of a shaft. Drilled another hole in. So now I've now got a short reach hedge trimmer, which locks into place. So now I've got a nice little short version. I don't have that massive, great big long end hanging out the front end, just for your close work. You know. So there's lots of varieties in which you can do.
I might have find okay. I'll go to the scrapyard over here, the can man.
Yeah.
People, they'll find weed eaters, lawnmowers, whatever on the side of the road, or they'll have one. A weed eater. You know, like the Walmart types, like the Murray weed eaters and the Troy-built weed eaters, the little 25cc, 30cc. Well, what happens is they got a curved shaft on those Walmart weed eaters, and the head messes up, and you can't get the head off. It's all stripped out, but it's messed up at the end. Engine runs, okay? Or I can get it running with a carburetor kit or just cleaning a car. Yeah. So, and then they'll have Husqvarna or steel weed eaters. The engine's blowed up, but the shaft and the head's on there. Yeah. So what I do, I modify. All I do, I take the, I pull the junk engine off of the shaft, pull the old shaft, messed up shaft out of the running weed eater, and all I do is, like you say, drill a hole. Yeah. You know, and I put that in place.
That's it.
Tighten it up.
Done.
I got a cheap weed eater motor. Well, then I got to tune it because that shaft and head's more heavy duty. Yeah. So I've got to tune it, the carb a little bit, and sometimes not. Yeah. And I've got a good performing head, trimmer head. Yeah. Strength. That you can change and put different kind of things on it.
Yeah, you might just have to drill a hole here, or cut a bit off the shaft, or file the shaft down, or just a little bit of mechanics, a little bit of engineering, and you'll get away with it. So many people.
We have a machine shop in our mechanic shop.
Yeah, so many people come in to me. I'll have a not a standard straight shaft strimmer, and they say, I've got a Titan, or I've got a Ryobi that's no good. It's C solid. Can I have it? Or can I buy yours off you? I say, bring your old one down. I must have about 25 strimmer heads, 10 trimmer heads, a couple of brush cutting heads just in the shed, because they're like 30 to 40 pound each secondhand to buy, but they all fit my machine, you know. So I can afford to put an old trimmer head on, and go and cut a pond reeds out, put it underwater, not worry about it, and just throw that away when it's done, and just put another one on it. You know, they're so interchangeable. Mm-hmm. That's what I do. Yeah, just a little bit of engineering, because so many of those Ryobis and Titans, only about 5 mil of the shaft actually goes into the power head, and 9 times out of 10 it's that 5 mil that snaps, and people think the engine's actually done in. In fact, it's not. It's just the end of the shaft that's snapped off. If you just cut about an inch off of the outside collar, and then cut, so you got 10 mil protruding, just push it back in, and away it goes. I've had so many fixes where I've been able just to shorten it by about an inch, which you're not even going to notice, and the trimmer's back up and running again. Oh, I've got Tampa coming on in.
I had a guy send me a guy in North Carolina send me a Husqvarna weed eater, the head, the power unit. Yeah. And he didn't send me the shaft. He sent this in a large flat rate box, and he sent me something else, a chainsaw that was in pieces. Anyway, he said the weed eater runs. He says just the shaft that was no good, the bottom part. So anyway, he didn't know he could just put another shaft in it, you know. So anyway, he sent it to me, and I had a Husqvarna shaft from the junk, from the scrapyard. I put that Husqvarna shaft on it, and that's what I'm using now. Or I sold that one of the two. But I have one just like it.
There's so many variants that you can make up and just make something work. You know, it's people I think some people just lost the fine engineering of just filing something down, taking a bit of time, make it fit in there, you know, and just make it work for yourself. You know, some people just give up. We got there wild mushrooms, Tampa.
Purple ringers.
Oh yeah. and some cow patties.
That's them good ones right there.
That's the
They're everywhere right now.
That's the kind I did one time in my life and never do again.
I will never touch them things.
Have you done them one time? Have you ever made tea with that?
Yeah, mushroom tea. Yeah. Oh yeah, back in high school.
Yeah, you did it one time and that was it, huh?
Yeah, for me too. I was done. I messed around and drank up that stuff and went to school.
Oh boy.
I did. Yeah, and I would never do it again.
That's
Paulie's off to go and search manuals up and write down what each machine does. That's exactly, get a permanent marker and just write on the machine what it takes, and you'll be away.
Look how flooded out my property is, man.
You've had some rain, brother.
well, yeah, y'all got that storm surge from Sally.
Flooded, man. Flooded.
Yeah, but don't make out as if that's not a good thing.
Yeah, I know.
Because you'll be out there with your mud mower later on, trashing through all of that stuff.
Know it. Well, they built this new subdivision right next to me, and they built this subdivision up like 10 foot from where it was, from where the ground was. So now we got all this runoff coming this way.
Oh, sure.
So I don't know how bad it's going to be, how bad it's going to get. What are you doing,
Well, how far from the coast are you? Like a mile, half a mile?
No, I'm about 30 minutes to the nearest ocean.
Oh, you're on the Gulf. Tampa's on the Gulf side, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a pretty girl. She's camera shy. Hi, V.
Oh, we're all camera shy.
Hey, girl. Hey. Don't bite me. She likes to nibble on me.
Link out there in case someone wants to come on up. Feel free. Link's there. Mr. Briggs is gone. He's having a bit of a moment. So what are you up to in Cajun? You got much on today?
Was that Nick?
Have you got much on today, Cajun? You just sitting back chilling today, or what are you up to?
Yeah, I'm just drinking coffee and if I can go take a nap after a while. I've been up since 4 o'clock. I didn't give it a 2 hours sleep, maybe.
Oh man.
Stomach was bothering me a little bit, so after I ate all that shrimp gumbo, so
yeah.
But I was full anyway, so I needed to make room for some more. I put it that way. So I just stayed up for a little while. I said, heck, I'm gonna just stay up about 5 or 6 hours. I'll be tired enough, and I'll go take a nap.
Yeah. Have a little snooze. What are you on in Tampa?
Oh, I'm at work.
You're at work. It doesn't look like you're working very hard to me.
I'm farting off. You know it. I'm good at that.
Yeah.
Sometimes
You know, got a lot on there.
Got to wander off sometimes.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, at the moment, I've got work tonight. We're supposed to be having 2 weeks of seriously hot weather, but today, it ain't come on today. So it looks like they're going to get me to work tonight by the looks of it. I keep checking my work emails, and they're not saying cancelled nowhere. So it looks like I've got to go in tonight and work the train.
So what do you do there, Mick?
So I work on the railroad, and I work a specialist train that goes out. It's called a Tampa, funnily enough. It goes out and it lifts the line up, it tilts it, it slews it, it lines it, and puts it back to where it should be.
Oh wow, man, that is cool.
Yeah, it's a serious bit of kit. You don't want to catch a foreskin in it, without a doubt. You know, it's a big old machine, and it grunts and it grinds, and it's a deadly bit of kit. But I enjoy my job. Really enjoy my job.
Yeah.
Awesome. How long have you been doing that, Nick?
18 years now.
I thought it was around 20. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 years. Yeah, it's one of them jobs. I've worked on farms, and I've worked in the marine industry, and you know, I've done lots of other little bits and pieces. But this is the only job I can really honestly say I don't mind getting up and going to work. I don't mind. I've got no problem at all. You know, I meet a new bunch of blokes every single night of the week. The scenery changes every night of the week. I don't work particularly long hours. And I have to do a little report when I finished, and by the time I'm done, that's me done. So I got tonight, and I got tomorrow night, I mean, I'm on 2 weeks on annual leave. Yeah, I love my job. It's good money. It's money for old rope, you know. I don't work particularly hard.
Well, you ain't got long till you retire then.
You must be out of your head.
Really? Hey, after 20 years, you're on a railroad down here, 20 years, you can retire. 25, you can retire with more pension. 30 years, it's time to retire because they almost kind of force you to retire at 30 years because they don't want to. I mean, they look down here when you retire from the railroad, every month you're getting around $6,000.
Yeah, it's one of the only jobs that really does pay a fantastic life assurance, fantastic pension. I've got about another 22 years to go before the UK government say you can sort of legally retire.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm fixing to go once the house is paid for. I'll hang up my boots, and when I've got my mixed mowers shack to worry about, I'll just sit down here and just relax down here and just do what I do down here. That'd be enough for me.
Oh, well, you're younger than me then.
I'm younger than you, bro. I'm 41.
41?
I just had a very hard paper round.
Oh shit! I got 15 years on you.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, you have.
Well, you know, the gray gives it away.
I got a bit of that. I tend to keep that hat right back, but yeah, no, I'm only 41 years old. I'm hoping to go at 55. That'll do me. As long as the house is paid for, then I'll be happy. Can you use any SEA 30 oil in a Briggs and Stratton lawnmower, or do you have to have a Briggs and Stratton? You can use any type of oil in a Briggs and Stratton engine. It don't have to be 30 weight. You can put a little bit heavier in there if you want to. But SEA 30, whether it's made from Briggs and Stratton or whether it's made from Lidl, it can go in there, mate. It doesn't matter. It's the same stuff.
Just stay away from your high detergent oil.
Yeah.
Real high detergent, don't use that.
Yeah.
Over here in South Louisiana, all year round.
Yeah.
And Tampa, he probably uses 30 weight too in his 4-stroke because it's hot down here, and in the winter it doesn't get cold, so we don't have to have thin oil. We don't have to use 2050. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And Briggs, the manual will tell you it depends on where you live to use what oil.
So I use Toby. I use a company called Rockwood. That's who I use. Which is low detergent, 4-stroke SEA 30 oil. Get it off of Amazon. I buy it generally in 50-litre drums, but because this year's been a bit of a funny year, I bought it in 5 litres just to see me through. I needed it because I couldn't get 50-litre drums during lockdown. It wasn't available. So if it's just for your own machine, just buy it by the litre. Should be fine. A Briggs and Strat should take anywhere between 450 to 500 millilitres of oil per oil change. So a litre container will do two oil changes for you, which will be enough for 2 or 3 seasons if you're working your machine heavily. Yeah, any SEA 30, don't get fooled. You've got to buy Briggs and Strat because it says Briggs and Strat on the label, mate. In fact, occasionally will back this up. A lot of the newer lawnmower companies are now putting labels on their machines saying never do an oil change, just add oil.
That's bull butter.
Yeah, I know it's bull bugger, but that's
just add oil. Oh man,
that's more a marketing gimmick that Briggs came out with about 10 years ago. It says here's an engine that you're coming out with an engine that you'll never have to change oil, just add oil.
That's
well, guess what? You know, it doesn't have an oil plug underneath of it that you can drain the oil. It doesn't have a drain plug. It does not. So you turn the engine over like a Honda engine. Some Hondas you have to turn over, empty the oil, change the oil. If you do that on those non-change oil change engines, you're going to have a lifetime engine, all as you like.
Wow.
Now, is Toby in your area in the UK?
Judging by what you're saying about machines and what have you, I'll say he is, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, because he said something, so many pounds for a carburetor, 50 pounds or whatever.
Yeah. He's over here.
Said you can get it cheaper, China, whatever. Okay. Y'all don't have O'Reilly's or AutoZone over there, huh?
No.
Okay. Well, over here, O'Reilly, they all over the United States. Their oil, their O'Reilly oil, is made by Shell Rotella.
Yeah.
Yeah, made by Rotella. I think it even says that on the container. So, and Rotella's a good oil.
So Toby's saying, what if it's one that you're selling? If you're selling a lawnmower and it's described as fully serviced, new plug, air filter, oil change, what have it. It don't matter what make and model. You can put a Torx plug, a brand new Torx plug in it. It's still got a brand new plug in it. As long as you can prove that when the bloke turns up to buy the mower off you or you're servicing it, he pulls that dipstick out and he sees brand new clear oil in there, then you're on a winner. You know, just any oil will do. SEA 30, like Cajun was saying, because of the temperatures over here, we don't have the overheating problem or those cold problems. That's why they sometimes use 50 weights, sometimes in some certain parts of America, or 20 weights. So over here, any SEA 30 is fine. Just as long as you can get it from B&Q. They sell it in a mount-filled bottle. B&Q do their own one. The local hardware shop I use, I don't know if I've got one to hand. No. The local hardware shop I use sell it by a completely different manufacturer. But I use Rockwood. Only because I use Rockwood for my oil. I use Rockwood for my pull cords and what have you. They're just quite a good company that I use. I find their pull cord assembly ropes have a lot of nylon in them, so that when you go to melt them on the end, they melt really well into a nice point. So any SEA 30 will be absolutely fine. What's that? Oil filter changes, but every other oil change is fine, dependent on the use. For commercial guys that I have come in, they asked me the question: how many times should they do an oil change? And I say if it's been the same machine used every day, 6 days a week, every 3 months is what I recommend.
Oil change, I go by if they have an hour meter, I tell them by the hour.
A lot of the self-propelled push style mowers, you know the normal mowers, a lot of them don't have them on there, but people do fit them on themselves. So that's why I recommend check the oil every morning before you fire them up from cold, and an oil change or basic maintenance service every 3 months.
On a push mower, a small mower down here, my personal, and I tell other people twice a year, because we cut grass just about 12 months out the year, and twice a year.
Yeah.
And your air filter, depends on your condition. I don't have dust in my yard, so I'll get away with one, maybe two air filters.
Over here, you see Cajun, when we get a hot spell, 90% of the grass dies off over here because we cut our grass so short anyway. So 90% of the grass is just dust anyway. So that's why I recommend it every 3 months.
Yeah. Air filter, yeah.
You know, I mean, even if it means taking the air filter out and putting a compressor over it just to blow it out, you know, but that could be part of the 3 months maintenance check on it, you know.
Right.
You know, take the plug out, bit of carburetor spray, clean the plug back up, maybe tune the carburetor if it's running a bit too rich, you know, and just keep it on tip top. But like most lawn care guys, the only maintenance they do on it is when the machine goes down.
Yep.
You know,
certain air filters, like on a lot of Briggs and Strattons, on your old Classic, your little 3.5, 4 horse Classic L head.
Yeah, little foam ones.
That foam filter that's about like that. It makes a little rooftop on it.
Yeah.
Okay, those you take a little bit of oil, 30 weight, put it in a quartz Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
You put after you a brand new or just cleaned out with gas and blown out, whatever. Put that filter in that quartz Ziploc bag, with that little bit of oil in it, not much, and you just kind of squeeze that filter in there to keep the mess off your hands.
Yeah.
And you put that in there because that oil stops the real fine dust particles from going through it and eating your rings up.
All I do with mine, pretty much, if I use a second-hand filter, is I get a bit of plain fuel, give it a bit of a bath and a squeeze, get a standing blade out, and just scrape off where the sponge has been exposed, because it just sits there and goes a bit harder. Just scrape that off. A little bit of oil, just get a bit of a soak in a bit of oil, and away she goes again. Yeah. In fact, I've got a whole bag down here about 40 or 50 old Briggs and Stratton foam style filters. I don't buy them in. You know, just clean them up with neat petrol. They're good to go.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those hanging in the big shop. Those foam filters.
Yeah.
I
will buy brand new, especially if people insist on it. But if it's just a maintenance service, then just clean it up and take it back out again. Otherwise, I just buy all of mine from China. I get like 50 filters for about £12, something like that.
Yeah.
They're not a lot of money.
Yeah, and those foam filters, like you were saying, it's like burnt toast. You just scrape off the crust.
Exactly that. Yeah, scrape the crust off and just go again. Yeah.
I just want to pop in and say hi. I'll see y'all later.
All right, Tampa.
Later, guys.
Take it easy, bro.
Good, brother.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't necessarily buy all brand new. I'm seeing a lot of I use a lot of the cheaper paper filters coming in. I use a lot of those from China. These ones.
Yeah, I order. I don't skimp on those. I do get the ones from my distributor for Briggs, from Briggs. Well, a lot of people think we buy our parts from Briggs. We don't. There's a subsidiary company, like a daughter company of Briggs.
Yeah.
That is the parts distributor, and they handle Briggs stuff only. And like my Oregon book, okay, they do deal with Oregon. So it'll either, if they don't have the Oregon parts in stock in the Dallas warehouse, they got like 6 warehouses across the United States.
Yeah.
My main distributor. And if they don't have it, then that'll come from Oregon, and the shipping's paid because they didn't have it. They eat the shipping on that from Oregon.
Yeah.
So, okay, Brian. And then I've got the Briggs Power Portal, because I'm a Briggs dealer. I'm a Briggs dealer, so I have access to the Power Portal. And a lot of people say, "Oh, I wish I had access to the Power Portal, man. They got all kind of." Well, yeah, they do, but it's not everything that some people think that's on there.
Yeah, sure.
And so since I'm a dealer, we have an open account. I think it's $1,500 that we can order, or $2,000, something like that.
Yeah, I went onto a Briggs search yesterday. I'm looking for a carburetor for a 6.5 overhead valve intake engine. Punched in my make and code, and came up with one. 55 pound in the UK, $72 in the US. But once I got the code, I went onto eBay. I found the exact same carburetor. It's not going to be the highest quality out of China. I got to wait about 8 days to get it, and it'd be here for £11.
Yeah.
Especially them metal bowl carburetors. The copies are good.
Oh wow, Brandon just got his Power Portal account. So Brandon's a Briggs dealer also.
There you go.
He's studying for his Master Service Technician certificate. I let mine go years ago. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need to brag. VC. I'm thinking of VC Coins because he looks like Zippo. They look alike. Zippo brags enough for me anyway.
Have you had any luck with the new E series cartridges? Have you tried them yet?
Oh yeah, I ordered those from Briggs, but in actuality, I've never sold one yet. I've never had to.
Yeah, well, I've had nothing but over here, nothing but problems with the hunting, surging problems. I tried drilling them out or rimming them out to a degree. But
Okay, you see that ball bearing? You see that ball bearing on the top of it?
Yeah.
Okay, pop that ball bearing out with a little thin, like a torch tip cleaner.
Yeah.
Okay, pop that ball bearing out. Don't lose it. Okay, and then that frees up a little bit of junk that's in there that's hiding. That's gonna make it surge. And then you ream the jets out. They got 2 jets in there, 2 little brass fittings in there. And I've never had to sell a cartridge like that.
Well, these new ones, they've now got rid of the second brass jet. It's gone.
Yeah.
But it's now an all-in-one plastic jet molded in there. But they've seated it back about 4 mil, seated it back into much bigger hole in there now. Much bigger.
Yeah, because they were small, and that's the ones I do ream out a little bit with my thumb. Remember we were talking about that earlier? Yeah, that's the ones I do it on right there.
I got one out here with a bent crank on it, so I'm gonna do an engine. I've got a couple of spare. I got one here actually. Couple of spare E engines. So I'm fixing to do an engine swap on that and try and get that running.
I was gonna ask you earlier. You was talking about how you replaced that crankshaft. Do you have a press in your shop?
Press for what?
A hydraulic press. You know.
No.
Okay, we have a huge one. We got a 40-ton, I think, in the big shop. We straighten our own shaft.
Yeah.
We straighten our own.
Yeah, I've looked into it, and to be fair, in hindsight, I don't get a lot of bent cranks in. I should never say that because the chances are the next load coming will all be bent. But I think this season I've only had 2 bent cranks in for sales. Last year was probably about the same number. And a crank straightening device over here in the UK is about £375.
Yeah. I could buy one of those crank straightening devices like Terrell has. Yeah. But I use that hydraulic press, and it takes a little bit longer to do, because what I do, I got to walk from the press, I got to walk to the lathe, and then I chuck my crank in the lathe, and then I have a dial caliper. Yeah. Okay. And then I'll just spin the lathe, the chuck by hand. Okay. I won't turn the lathe on. I just spin it by hand, and that dial caliper tells me how much I'm out. Yeah. And usually I can get it. Right on the money, or a hair. I'm talking about half of a hair. Yeah. Okay. And that was no vibration. If you just a little bit out, you're not going to have the vibration. I mean, one crank that was bent like 3/8 of an inch, and I got it, and it didn't snap. Thank God, it's still on my mower. It's still on the mower.
Yeah, I mean, I've straightened a few up by hand. I saw someone do a video not so long ago. I wasn't quite so convinced about it. He's quite a well-known YouTuber. I didn't comment on it because I don't believe he could get it anywhere close.
What's that?
As Mr. Briggs. So yeah, I for what it is, occasion if I can get a cheap enough brand new crank in, I'd much rather just like say 2 hours. Yeah. 2 hours to change it out.
Right. Oh, it takes me about 20 minutes, something like that. But we used to,
I had a Husqvarna come in. I had a Husqvarna come in last year, and it had done no work at all. Nigh on brand new. I'd even be I'd even hazard a guess to say it was probably still within warranty when the bloke part X'd it in. And I was able, yeah, nanosorted, no problem. I was actually able to straighten it to a degree that it didn't shake your fillings out no more. But in all fairness, for what it was, I had a spare 450E engine just sitting on the deck, 3 bolts, took the blade off and just
Right.
parted it on out, you know. And I think that's the only thing that stops me from buying a crank straightening device is that I've got so many engines just knocking around. I can just unbolt it, put another one on. All right, you got a 2019-year-old deck with a 2016-year-old engine on it. Okay, there is that. But you know, it's what it is. It's a second-hand mower. Right. I don't pretend to sell it as a 2019 mower with a 2016 engine on it. I don't do that. But it is what it is. Mick. In the right way, and you don't, Mick, it the right way. You don't have to worry about crank being damaged or straightened. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, for me, that's bottom line. Nothing ever leaves this workshop if it's not in running order. I got a little MTD made to destruct T380 rear-wheeled rototiller. That's sold. That's going tomorrow. So I thought I'd get it out the shed and I'd give it a fire. I actually used it to dig a trench. I've got some cable going in the ground next week. I fired it up. It works absolutely flawlessly. Nothing wrong with the machine at all. It works spot on, but you cannot turn it off. The micro switch is just not making the connection. So it's advertised as fully working, which it is, but it's not fully working stopping. So that came back on the bench yesterday, and I had to play around with the micro switch a little bit. It's only where the control panel on the switch is a little bit worn. The rivet's a little bit worn, and as the cable pulls through, it lifts out slightly and goes round it. So I put a screwdriver in and a set of grips and just bent that little leg over a touch, and now it works absolutely fine. A bit of grease, it works absolutely fine. Nothing ever leaves here unless it's working as is, or unless you're selling to somebody who knows what they're doing, and you can then say, yeah, it all works, but it's a bit quirky here. You have to do this or you have to do that. But I'd only ever do that if I knew the person inside out. You know, I don't even like selling chainsaws in my shop to people who are just of the homeowner community. I don't like selling chainsaws to them. I'd rather not sell them one.
Yeah, because it's going to set up with the steel fuel in it. They're going to bring it back to you 6 months later.
It ain't just that occasion. You know, I don't personally agree that you can go into a shop and spend £200 and come out with a chainsaw, a 14-inch bar chainsaw, and the person's not going to buy a hard hat, gloves, visor, chainsaw trousers, a jacket. Don't even have a first aid kit. You know, I used to do a lot of forestry work when I used to work on a railway in a different segment, fencing work, tree felling, all that sort of stuff, and we had to wear 360 protection, even just for cross cutting. We had to wear 360 protection. Right. So many people have got it in their garden, and the first thing they do is they fire up this 14-inch saw. First thing they do is they put it up here. First thing they do, put it up here, and they're cutting above their head. Rule number one with chainsaw: it never goes above your waist. Right. You know, so I don't like selling chainsaws for that only reason is that people can. I've got 2 kneecaps that actually are evidence of using a chainsaw without a brake on. Yeah, I don't like selling them. That's why I like selling the multi-tools, because the multi-tool, the chain is 6 feet away at all times. But right, you always get somebody that will put the multi-tool on the ground, because the branch has got a little tiny bit of the chain's got a bit of stick in it, and they're down there with no gloves on, and they're trying to get away with trying to get the blockage out. Haven't turned the machine off. I'm just not comfortable with selling chainsaws to any member of the public. Never have been. It's just not my thing. You know,
I don't sell them. I just fix them.
Yeah, I've got no problem fixing them. Fixing them is one thing, because it's already their device. But you will very rarely ever see any chainsaws up for sale in my shop. Very rarely. I just don't like doing it. And some people they just go out and buy secondhand saws. You know, I'm talking big boys, 2-footers, 3-footer saws, and it's not worth doing. It scares me.
I got a little Husqvarna. I think it's 338 XP.
That's what I got. I got a 338 XP.
A little top handle arborist saw. It's a tree climbing saw. They got the hook for the lanyard on it.
Little lopping saw.
Little climbing saw, we call them.
Yeah.
And top handle and I'm looking at a chain right now for it in my pencil cup that I had sharpened 5 years ago. I never put it on yet.
I got this one here. This has just come in. I got a nice little doozy. It's a lovely little saw. Lovely little Stihl 011 AV. Look at that, isn't she a beauty?
Oh yeah, that's a nice little saw.
In a lovely little saw. That's coming. Aluminium cast. You wouldn't want to carry it around too much, but that's coming for repair.
That's some strong. Those little saws are very strong for that size.
Oh yeah, I've already had it run up. It's very, very smoky. I think it's just run it on the wrong fuel for a little while, so I need to put some new fuel in it. But I've got the same saw as you, same Husky saw as you, but that came in as a non-runner. I said to bloke about just putting a new carburetor straight on it rather than mucking about. I said you've got two choices. You can get a proper carburetor for it. It costs you about £50, or you can buy a Chinese copy carburetor. Choice is yours. But you only pay for what you get. So he chose the copy road, and I can't tune it. I can tune it top end. It tops out lovely. It ticks over high, but won't stay idling without the blade chattering. So I'm leaving it for a bit. Just gonna let that diaphragm bed in a touch, see if it just relaxes a bit, and I'll come back to it. But at the moment, it's what it is. A Chinese copy carburetor for chainsaw, but it's not worth doing. You better buying brand new.
I like the carbs on the Husqvarna. Let's see, but they had the double throat, the double Zama carbs.
Yeah, that's what this has got.
Model.
Yeah,
and those carbs are almost indestructible. Man, they don't clog up, gum up hardly for anything.
Well, even the electric stock carburetors. That's what this has got. This XP's got the electric carburetor on it.
Oh yeah, the E-Tech carb, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this has got on it. But I've got it running. It runs nice, but as I say, it won't tick over as it should do. So I'm guessing I might just say to like, you got to fork out for a decent carb. The only downside to working on that XP saw is to get to the carburetor. You got to take it all apart. You got to take the machine apart. That's my only gripe with Husqvarna is it's all got to come off.
It's on the front of the saw.
Yeah, it's all got to come off. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I said to the bloke, you're looking at about an hour's labour just to get to the carburetor. It ain't no quick thing. You can't just take that out. Jesus, you don't put a copy on a nice Stihl or Husky. Well, some people do. I'm afraid some people do. The problem is that so many customers, anything in the small engine world, as soon as they have to start laying out money for it, they weigh it up. They weigh it up. What's it going to cost for a brand new Zama carburetor versus a copy versus a brand new product with a 1.5 year extended warranty on it? So as soon as you start talking about £50 to £70 for a brand new Zama, they start thinking, hang about for another £100, I can get another saw.
Yeah. Brandon said you wouldn't like working on a climbing saw then. Well, that is a climbing saw.
Yeah.
That 338 is a climbing saw. Top handle.
I like to get Riley Boy in when I'm working on most saws. He's got little tiny fingers. His fingers are great. He can get right in there with his little fingers and get what I need. I can't get my hands in there.
You got your saw closed hand?
My Husky.
Yeah. Because they don't have the handles of the trigger on the back of the saw. You know, with the top handle, everything, the trigger and all on the top, and the carbs on the front.
I think my Husky's up the other end. I've got a 236 down here. That's a 14 bar. And I think the other one's up the other store. What's this one? I got a 236 Husky.
Yeah, that's a rear handle. That's a rear handle.
Yeah, my other one's up the other store.
That's like a mini 55 right there.
Yeah.
I like working on those 55 Huskies. I can get the the highway kits, the highway top end kits for overhaul, and they nickel seal, they plated with nickel seal, and I've never had a problem with them highway kits at all. They're better than Meteor kits.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they run about $50 for the piston, the pin, you know, everything to change the top end. If somebody straight gasses a saw or running without an air filter or whatever, and just scores a cylinder and galls the piston, just $50, you have a brand new saw. And then HL Supply, that's who I get my kits from. You can convert the 50, the Husky 50s, you convert them to a 55. It's just a little bit bigger. You know, the piston and the jug's just a little bit bigger, and that's what turns it into a 55.
The biggest issue I find with lots of the saws that I get in, especially hiya crazy, especially from commercial guys, is so much heat transfer coming off the piston where the piston rod is. Only because they take the saw straight off the back of the van, get it going, pull it straight to work, don't let it warm up. 9 times out of 10, the bulk of the issue is a new bore, new piston, because just so much heat transfer coming on up through the side of the piston, it just cooks them. Same with a cut-off saw or something like that, exactly the same problem.
I'll let my chainsaws, weed eaters, like when half choke, then I'll idle them down, and I'll let them idle to get up the temperature for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Man, I've seen guys, they take the chainsaw, like you said, at the back of the van or truck, they start it up, and they get to it, you know? No.
The first thing I done when I bought this Titan, brand new out the shop, I got it all unboxed, what have you, filled it up the right petrol, fired it up on choke, put it onto half choke. I left it for 4.5–5 minutes, just in the garden, just ticking over, just breaking itself in before I even touched the gas.
Yeah.
And this is a problem. So many people just buy brand new bits of equipment and just put them straight to work, and it just trashes them. They're doomed day one.
I had a friend of mine bought a little 2-stroke generator from Harbor Freight. He would do these markets at Tractor Supply, and Tractor Supply would let the people set up in the front of the parking lot on the weekend. Some people were selling little chicks and little ducks and stuff like that, or grown ducks, special breed, dogs or whatever. And I would sell watermelons because it's watermelon season. Our local Sugartown melon, and this guy bought a little generator from Harbor Freight. He broke it in the right way. He said that's the trick to these cheap generators, little 2-stroke generator to run this big old fan. You know, one of them big 4-foot fans.
Yeah.
To cool everybody off in his area. You know, to put a wind to blow because we're in the summertime doing that crap. So he says you break those little generators in right. But before you actually apply a load to them, you know, a fan or anything, or a drill or whatever, they'll last you a long time. I'm like, yeah, you got the right idea.
Yeah. Yeah. So many people just don't let it warm up, put them straight to work. But,
that's right.
I suppose that's what keeps us in business. I suppose the more people that abuse the machines, the more machines we see coming in.
Let me go see if I can find that little Husky. Be right back.
Same with the Predator. Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, definitely.
So what's the mixture doing?
Oh, I'm just sat back on my throne, just relaxing, just chilling out.
That's right. You got it right, Frankie.
What are you up to, buddy boy? You working?
I just got off work this morning. I had to go to the dentist.
Yeah.
4 more posts to go.
4 more to go. Brandon's waiting on post. We can start his day. Good luck with that, Brandon.
I found it.
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, that's what I got. Nice little saw. Nice little saw.
I think this one sports a 14-inch bore, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, nice little saw.
12 or 14. The carburetors
on the front.
Right there in the front.
Yeah.
Spark plugs on the back.
Yeah.
I love my Echo.
Do you know what?
Echo makes a good product now. They do.
I can't, and I won't knock Echo. Echo have really upped their game, and they're now teetering on the professional grade stuff now, and they don't charge a great amount for the product. They used to be really home user friendly, but now they're just, if you're a slightly advanced piece of equipment, Echo definitely is a good bit of kit. Definitely.
Yeah, it's worth the money.
I've got an Echo GT1000. It's over 30 years old. I've done nothing to.
Yeah, you get that. I got an old Komatsu Pro trimmer. That's knocking on an age. I've never serviced it to this day. Never touched it, and it just runs sweet as a nut every day.
Yeah, I've never seen those before. Komatsu.
Oh, they're nice.
I've seen the heavy equipment. The Komatsu, like the big excavators.
Yeah.
Like that, but
we got them over here too. The big 360 iMac cranes and what have you. In fact, we use them on the railroad. The railroad vehicles. They're mainly all Komatsu. But I've got a little Komatsu trimmer. Do you know what? It's fantastic. Little 2-stroker. Lovely job. Most of my use Echoes, cheaper than Steels when they break. Well, it's not just cheaper than Steels when they break, Brandon, but they're just a cheaper product. And the parts are not too bad. The parts for Echoes that you struggle with is the older stuff. I know that Pete was working on an Echo trimmer, Echo chainsaw last week, but it's only got one lug nut hole on the brake cover. Can't get it. Just cannot get it. It's not available no more. And then Harry, who was in the chat earlier on, bugger me if he didn't have 4 of the same saws in his workshop. Always away.
I think I got my buddy Richard Ardoin brought a truckload, a small pickup truck load of concrete saws, cut-off saws. Most all this was Husqvarna.
Yeah.
Chainsaws, weed eaters. That was all destined for the scrap pile. He was getting some stuff to finish off a couple of Cypress swings that he builds at the hardware store, and that's the Husqvarna dealer, the True Value Hardware over here. They're the Husqvarna dealer, and they have a rental. You can rent equipment from them and use their Husqvarna products to rent. Well, the technicians that work in the back over there, if they can't figure something out, I don't know, they're not that good, I guess. That they can't figure something out, they're going to put it on the shelf and say, damage beyond repair.
Yeah.
Take out of service.
Yeah.
Well, Richard was there, and the owner of the store was there, and he knows Richard scraps aluminum and all that stuff. So he says, Richard, I got a bunch of chainsaws and weed eaters. You can scrap all that for aluminum. Richard says, yeah. But he's thinking, I'm bringing that to Boudreaux. So all he wanted out of all of that stuff, all he wanted was a chainsaw, a running chainsaw, and a running weed eater. That was it. I had the rest. I fixed 85% of all that equipment. 85%. The 15% I didn't fix is I couldn't fix it. It was in pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. And I didn't have another one just like it to
part out.
Yeah, right. To rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, that's the extent of my equipment right there. And a lot of that stuff was running to the Troy built a weed eater. It's Murray. Troy built, same exact thing. Part for part. Screw for screw. The shaft was bad on the end, like I was talking about earlier. So I took one of the Husqvarna shafts from the scrapyard and put on that. All I do is drill a hole, and boom, he had him a running weed eater. And then I got him, I think it was a 357 or 356. Wait. It was somewhere in that area, chainsaw, Husky. I think it was a 356, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm in the zone on the numbers. And I used it about 3 years later to cut down a pecan tree at his house.
Yeah. Most of my equipment
started up first, second crank.
It's from a trash I left by cut. It's the same as my brand. The majority of my stuff is coming out of recycling centres, so it gets taken back out.
Yeah.
You know, and make the run again. But that's exactly what I do. I don't get anything coming in sort of brand new, sort of just out of warranty service. Most of my stuff is coming from recycling. That's where the money is. You got to buy it in low to sell it in. You know, that's how I make the money. You'll never make money on buying 2-year-old trimmers, because the person who's selling the 2-year-old trimmer will top dollar for it. You'll never make money on it. Never.
I bought 2 chainsaws out of the aluminum trash bin, the dirty aluminum trash bin at the scrapyard. One was a Craftsman. I think it was a 14 or 16-inch bar on it. The other one was a Poulin that was camouflage. It had the Hunter orange on it and the mossy oak, like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it had some Hunter orange like that. And I got one to fire up after 10 minutes of working on it. I got one to run real good. Now, they've been setting up for about 3 or 4 years now. But I paid $5, $4 or $5 for both of those saws. I bought them for weight.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah.
Weight, 10 cents a pound. You know, I think I paid $5, $6 for them, something like that. 4 or 5.
Yeah, used trimmers are the same here, Brandon, but they're hard to sell only because homeowner trimmers you can buy so cheap. As I say, £140, £130 for a brand new Titan multi-tool versus an 80 or £90 second-hand trimmer without the attachments. You know, it's a dodgy market, but you have to get them cheap, repair them cheap. You'll never make money on 2-stroke materials all the time. You're replacing carburetors and as soon as you get into doing fuel lines, you talk about an hour's labour, you know, and all the rest of it. You know, you'll never make money on 2-strokers unless you get them in for next to nothing. Hiya, Ricky. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Ricky.
You'll never make money on them all the time. You can't buy them in cheap. You need to be cheap. Get them in cheap, sell them cheap. It's the only way you'll ever make money on them. You're doing good. Good to hear, Ricky. Good to hear. I'm doing good too. What are you doing, Rick?
What's that?
What are you doing?
I'm getting breakfast off the vine.
All right.
You know, fresh off the vine.
Tomato.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Where's the salt?
You're right, Brandon. So many places around here are stopping doing 2-stroke.
Where, Brandon?
Is there?
It's coming
So many are stopping doing 2-strokes.
It's coming muttering.
No.
What's that?
Daddy's ones.
What's that?
Bye.
You're watching more. Mm.
I got my HS45 from Childs. £135. That ain't a bad price. The HS45s, second hand, they do well, you know. You can buy them all day long for £120.
Who's your mummy?
They make good money. Yeah, I know. I can buy HS45s job lots for around about £30 each. But like anything, anything two-stroke, you're always running the risk of it being run too lean or running dry. So you need to have 4 or 5 in, just in case you got 1 or 2 that are semi-seized or low compression. That's the problem with two-strokes. You run such a risk. Everyone wants like £15 to £20 for a trimmer. That's advertised as does not start, but engine pulls over. Well, it might pull over, but it might have no compression or not enough. That's a problem.
What are you doing, old man? What are you doing?
Yeah, I had a guy bring me. I got in my house. I've got a what is that? I forgot what kind it is. One of them El Cheapos. I think it's got a straight strap on it though. But anyhow, guy brought it to me, and I put the trimmer head on the ground, and I had the engine up here, and I had my hand under it, and I held on to the pull cord, and I took my hand off from the bottom, and the power unit just slowly fell to the ground. I said, "That's what's wrong with it." I said, "You ain't got no compression." I said, "It'll never start." "Oh, can you fix it?" I'm like, "You better go buy you another one."
Yeah.
That's the guy that you putting too much oil and all that, or a little bit more better and all, or I don't know if he's straight. I don't know what he did, but or he didn't. He never changed his air filter, and that'll cause that. So he went and bought that brand new Husqvarna. A month later, 5 weeks later, he's pulling up, knocking on the door with the weed eater in his hand. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that's a problem. I picked up a load of little two-stroke generators last year. Little two-strokers, little 1,000 cc jobbies. They sell brilliantly because of the camping or what have you. But I've trashed like 4 or 5 because there's just no compression on them. Just done in.
Can you get top end kits for them?
Yeah, you can, but for what it's worth, for the money you can get out of it, it's not worth doing.
Yeah, because you got to tear them things apart all the way, just about.
Yeah.
Little generators, and they are a pain in the butt.
And the other problem is that you can't test the electrics work until you get it running anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
so if you put in X amount of dollars to get it running, and the Jenny itself don't work, well.
Yeah. I only work on high dollar ones, yeah. Well, the problem of working on high dollar ones, unless it's a commercial account, is that you're not fixing your low end stuff, which means your low end market where I buy and sell, you don't make no money. I just run a fuel leak test on the 55, and the petrol seems to be holding. How long? As long as it's holding, mate, it should be good. Should be good, mate. As long as that fuel ain't running, ain't disappearing, it should be good. Should be good.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of fuel test he's doing on it. FS55, is that a string trimmer?
Yeah, he's pouring fuel down the head. On another machine he had, he put some fuel down the head, and the fuel just disappeared. It just disappeared on it. The rings are gone on it.
That's a steel, ain't it?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. I got an FS85 on the. Plate. I need that little cylinder with the hole in it.
Yeah.
For the cable to go in.
Yeah.
Put that cable in to go in. It goes over your bridge, and then you turn it. Then you pop the head in of the cable. You let it go, and the spring tension holds it in. I need that little drum cylinder. I'm gonna order me one.
He had another trimmer that he pulled out. He took the plug out and poured a bit of petrol on top of the head, and the petrol just disappeared within seconds. It disappeared.
Huh.
The rings were shot. But it says that this one here, he put some fuel.
He's testing the rings. Okay.
Yeah. That'd be fine. If it's sat there after a minute or two, that'd be fine.
Okay. Yeah, a Mighty Vac, pressure tester, vacuum tester. You know,
yeah.
They both. You know, just turn the switch one way, the valve one way for pressure, turn it the other way for vacuum. That's how you do your top end test on the chainsaw or weed eater with a Mighty Vac. That 8,000, 8,500. I like those. They well worth it. They well worth it. $70.
The problem is that the amount of questions I get from members of public is we don't have compression testing kits, we don't have leak down testing kits, none of that. So you have to sort of do it the old way.
Oh yeah, well there's a way to get around a leak down tester. There's ways to get around that. You know, but common sense is all it is.
That's strange why it just won't stay running after all the work I've done to it.
Is that how big your shed is, Mick?
Yeah, about the same size as yours, but it's not quite as tall.
Brandon's got a nice, he's got a big one. Something like yours, Mick.
Yeah, it's a nice shed.
I'm selling this one. I'm getting a new one just like it, only 36 feet. This is only 20 feet.
That's nice.
How wide is it?
This one's 16 by 20.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see the rest of it now. How wide's yours, Mick?
10 by 20.
Okay.
I'm getting one just like this, only it's going to be 36 by 20, and it's going to have a porch on the front.
Yeah, I'm looking. I've got a 5-year plan on mine. This will be here for 5 years, and then I'm upgrading to a summer house, which is going to be 34 by 24.
Well, I'm lucky enough to be a carpenter, so.
Yeah, that's rent. That was rent to own. It was like $125 a month for 3 years.
Oh. Yeah, I can get 3 buddies of mine, and we break out the nail guns and the air compressor, and get some 2x4s and some T111. That's what's outside of your shop is some T111, and we'll have one up in a day and a half. With the metal on the outside or the wood on the outside. Metal's cheaper.
Oh, come on, get away from the mailbox. Come on, Briggs.
Have you tested your coil, Paul? It may not be a fuel problem, mate. It might be electrical as well, you know. If it runs but won't stay. Maybe when the coil is getting a bit warm, it's starting to break down. Maybe do a coil test on it.
Yeah.
Ah, come on, in the house.
Because a coil may have enough just send enough spark, but as it gets warmed up, it may not do when it's warmed up.
Yeah, it's breaking down when that coal gets hot.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, Brandon's correct.
Stills are hard to coil, yeah. That's called old age, Brandon, when your thumbs start to hurt.
Oh, I know. You guys are hungry. There you go, Mr. Briggs.
I was watching Bruce Pender the other day. He had one of them automatic quantum coil systems up, where you flick a switch when you pull the lever in and it starts automatically on a mower. I wouldn't like to change it. Wouldn't like to change a coil on that.
Wait, what kind of? What you said, lever? What kind?
So it's a quantum engine, quantum.
Yeah.
And you've got a little tiny red lever on the top at the back.
Oh, the bailout, the bailout handle.
And you flick it over, and that calls your spring. And then to start it, you just pull the bail in, pull the bail at the top in, and that away you go.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. He came out with that video. What? It wasn't like that long ago, I think.
Yeah, about a week ago.
Okay.
No, Peter, that ain't an old mailbox. It's only from 1992.
Paul, hold the throttle open and pull it a few times. Should be reading about 120 psi. I think you're about 50 on it.
You can get away with 100, but if the 100 leaks down, like to 70 or whatever within a minute or so. No.
I don't think he's got a compression testing. I don't think. Oh yeah, I got a good test reading, but it wouldn't hold the 100 psi. Yeah, you've got to hold it. What's it dropping down to, Paul?
I don't even know where my compressor test is at. Hadn't used it in so long.
Mine's here.
Mine's in a red box too.
Yeah.
I got mine from HL Supply for like $35, I think. Not even $40. I got an account with them though. I can just tell them to ship me something out. Send me a bill.
I went down. So he wouldn't hold to 100 psi. Went down to 0. Yeah, it's done.
Hey, now you can get a top end kit for that still.
Yeah.
For about 40 bucks, $50. New piston, new jug. You'll have good new rings. You'll have good compression then.
Paul, try pouring a little tiny bit of 2-stroke oil in the head, and then do another test.
Yeah.
Just put about 5 mil in there. Put about 5 mil of oil in, then do another test. See if it comes back up.
Yeah, one of his rings might be stuck or something.
Could be the oiler. It could just be the oiler. It might not actually be the rings. It might be the oiler. I get 90 to 100. It's right on the limit, Paul. Right on the limit.
Yeah, you had the lower limit.
Yeah. No, not so. No. It's so hard to diagnose an engine when you haven't got it in your hand. That's a problem.
Yeah. Oh, I've brought non-compression engines back to life with lawnmower engines, like or whatever, just by putting like transmission fluid or oil in the plug hole. Let it set, then kind of work it a little bit, and then blow all that out, and then try it. Yeah, man, you'd be surprised how many times it'll come back to life.
As Cajun says, Paul, we can get a new pot and piston for that relatively cheap if it is done. They're not that expensive. But like
that was a steel FS
55.
Okay, let me do something right quick.
Do what Brandon says. Take the muffler off. Have a little peek. If you see some little lines in there, you know what the score is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The lines of death.
Yeah, you take a little mini flashlight and shine in the plug hole, and you can look at the still FS 55. If I better find, I don't know if that's a UK unit or not.
No, you should get them over there.
I see a 55R.
No, FS 55. The R is much the same.
Yeah, it's a 55. It's a FS 55R. petrol brush cutters. Okay, so this is the UK version. Lightweight, low weight compact brush cutter. Oh, come on. Yeah, I got to accept cookies to get in here.
I love cookies.
Yeah, I'm the cookie monster myself, especially with homemade double chocolate chip.
No, Mr. Briggs, you mind your fingers now. You mind your fingers. What do you got in there? Half a whole?
That's a dagwood.
That's a what?
A dagwood.
My God, you got to take one.
What?
No, I don't.
I didn't see anything. What? Oh, a dagwood sandwich? Oh, yeah.
There you go. Look. You got
Yeah,
a bad hand. That's what we call them in the UK, a bad hand.
It tastes good to me.
Yeah, Dagwood from the cartoon strip Blondie.
I reckon,
That's right.
I reckon you got to take one.
A pound of cheese and a pound of turkey and some onion.
Okay. I see a carburetor for that 55. $10.50 on eBay. That carburetor kit's $10.
Yeah, that's about right.
Let me see, a Red Max cylinder. That's Red Max. So, FS55. I see a pit. I don't see the jug, but I see the piston. Piston kit. Let me see here.
I got an Echo out there. It's older than Mick.
Okay. Oh boy. The 34 millimeter piston. 15 bucks for the piston, ring, circlips, and the wrist pin, but there's no jug with it.
So over here in the UK, a genuine steel pot and piston fits an FS55. Comes with piston pot, 4 bolts, and a piston rod. £35.
Okay, so I was in the zone. I said about 40, 45 earlier. 40 to 50.
That's genuine.
That's a OEM steel. That's steel parts.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
There you go. Here's your alternative. Pot and piston kit for a FS55. It don't look like you get the bolts with it. Pot piston with rings and the piston bar. £17.86. Nearly half price.
Steel FS55. Whoops.
Be right back, Mr. Briggs is making me hungry, apparently.
Oh, that was good.
Dirt Rider says the R stands for loop handle.
Oh.
You know what, Paul? For a brand new pot and piston, 40 quid, £35. All in. I did a bad job. Only take you about an hour to change it over.
Come here, you.
Okay, here's a top end kit for a steel FS55. $20.50 from HL Supply. Now I don't know what brand it is. It's probably a Meteor or one of them. But $20 ain't bad.
That was just just on Google, Paul. Just type it into Google. What FS55 pot and piston, and it'll come on up.
And I was at HL Supply on that one. They got a California store and a Florida store.
I think it's on eBay, Paul, but don't go to eBay. Go to Google first, then search it on Google, because then it'll take you to the better deals on eBay.
Oh man, that's heavy. Holy crap.
What, you lifting your lunchbox?
No, I got a chainsaw I got to work on.
A pot and piston for that, Paul, is not a big job. It's quite an easy job. Bit of 3-in-1 oil, and just get yourself a little spring compressor. You can make a ring compressor yourself out of a milk bottle or something like that. Just as long as you get a good wrap around the seal. The only thing I would suggest is when you're placing your rings in, make sure they're opposites. Of course, you can't have the ring ends in the same direction. The rings must be opposite. And when you squeeze your rings together, be very careful because they're quite brittle. Just make sure you got enough gap in between the rings. The ring ends shouldn't be touching. There should be a small gap in there. You might get a little tiny file and just file a little tiny bit off, not a lot. Couple of 100 foul. You have to check the spec on it, but yeah, just be very careful when you can use something like a Coke can. If you cut a Coke can like that and then like that, and just use the foil bit, you can use that as a spring compressor just to push your rings together, and then just with a wooden mallet, just tap tap tap, and it goes with a bit of oil.
Well, your two strokers like that have a little notch on the piston. Where it's going to hold that ring in place. You know, your rings don't turn like that.
Nah.
Like on a Briggs.
Yeah.
The rings can't turn. If they do, they'll catch your intake port or your exhaust port.
Yeah.
So they have the little notches that put around, and into the ring right there, each side, there and there, it's gonna go. They're gonna have a little notch or something right in between them.
Yeah.
And then I just squeeze mine with my fingers and pop them in the cylinder.
Yeah. If you've got half good nails, you can get them in. You can just squeeze them in.
I'm used of it though. I got smaller fingers. I think my fingers are smaller than yours.
If not,
but
just get anything.
You can buy a little ring compressor when you order that, like from HL Supply or whoever you buy it with, for $2-3. You get a little ring compressor. You do like that with your fingers.
Get a big hose clamp and do it. Get a hose clamp and do it up.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
Just tap it. But the only problem with a hose clamp is you do get just where the clamp goes together, you get a lift of about 2 or 3 mil. That's a downside to it. But as I say, you can just use something like this. Just cut it, and then cut it lengthways so it goes around the piston. As long as you've got a good snug fit around it, it'll go.
Daddy?
Bit of oil. You must use oil. That's the only thing. Bit of oil in there as you're sliding it in.
Is it go for bye-bye?
Not yet.
Where
You want to try this one?
Where's it go?
Later. Just take your time. There's plenty of videos out there, mate, to copy step by step how to do it.
Okay.
Oh crap! I forgot. I can't put a link in. I was gonna put the link in for that that $20 kit.
Hang on. There you go. I can do it for you.
You can probably see it. Can you see it?
No. Now put the link in.
Daddy.
Oh, okay. Great.
Daddy.
Thanks.
What's it?
All right. There we go.
I get 100 psi.
Pizza.
Love pizza. Yeah. The liver pizza.
Pizza. I love pizza.
You're right, Brandon. Life is easier with the right tool. Do you know what? I was watching a video just the other day. Who was I watching? Give me a can of Coke, please. Who was I watching?
Again?
Can't remember his name now.
You want a cup?
Yes, please. But he was doing a video on, you know, that's it, Mick. I will search it up and do some. Yeah, exactly that, mate. Take your time. And the good thing with YouTube is you got your phone or your iPad. sit it up in your workshop, and as you're working, when you get to a particular point, hit pause, have a little play of it, rewind, and step by step. It's so much easier, mate. I was watching a video on how to remove a Briggs & Stratton Classic primer bulb. Now, don't tell me, Cajun, you've got a Briggs & Stratton primer bulb removal tool.
No, but I have the installation tool.
Oh dear. the primer bulb taken out tool is over here is £50.
Yeah, they priced it over here about 35, 40 bucks, something like that.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what? No, no. I got a certain way I take my bulbs out. I've got a video on that actually.
Yeah.
On my Boo Lucat channel. My gardening Mower channel. Yeah, I got a video on that primer bulb. And how to clean it out. You know, if you got an old crusty one that you got from the junkyard or something, or laying around in the dirt, and it goes a little step by step in how to clean it. And, they got a screen in there, and that's helped a lot of people. I had a lot of video comments on it saying, "Man, I didn't know that. You know." Then I had a couple of haters get in there because I said one thing wrong. You know, and then I said, "Yeah, I know. I caught that later, and I wasn't about to delete my video and make a new one." And then they said again, "Well, you said this." You know, the same guy. I'm like, you know, I didn't even answer him. Or second time.
There you go, Mick. We'll send this one to you.
A little Sears, yeah. I'll have that. Bring it on over. Nice little Sears. Isn't that lovely?
It's your body.
Check that out.
Yeah, that's nice.
Daddy.
That's pretty.
Look the thumb oil.
It's your body. Who's that?
Hey, and here's your favorite kind of engine.
Who's your Maya?
Oh, go on.
Who's your Maya?
Can't have that on here. I can't have that on here, Mr. Briggs. Okay. I can't have that on here, Mr. Briggs. We have no Tecumsehs on here. You can keep that. Okay, moving on.
Hello.
You know where I got that, don't you?
Bye.
That's my sort of saw.
You know where I got that your favorite one from, don't you?
Don't wind me up, Mr. Briggs.
No, it came from Henry.
I've been mixing the fuel wrong on my Titan. Been mixing it at 50 to 1. There you go, buddy boy. I told you. And I had a Titan in this season, a little bullhorn one, which is a brush cutter version, slightly bigger power head. That runs on 40 to 1 also. And the bloke said it runs like an absolute pig. All I done was took my petrol out, put 40 to 1 on it, and it ran sweet as a nut.
This is older than Mick.
You're older than me, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah, Brandon, I use needle nose to get that little clip off the Briggs starter, and I use a 3/8 socket to get it back on.
That's nice.
Someone stole the carburetor.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's old. That's from 71.
Yeah, I wasn't born then.
That's back when Echo was a beast.
Where you at, Mr. Briggs? What state you in?
I'm in New York.
Oh, upstate?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear that, Brandon. No one likes taking starters apart, especially putting them new bushes in there.
Yeah, hey, they got an old man up there in upstate New York that has a lot of two-stroke parts. He makes his own gaskets and diaphragms for the old carburetors, like the old big Mack saws, the big McCulloch saws, when they were making them good back then. I've got some. I've got reed plates. I don't think I have the reeds for the big Mack saws, but I've got all the reed gaskets and the plates. Well, not the reeds themselves. I've got everything but the reeds for them big saws.
Well, this SRM 200 D8 still runs. The carburetor was stolen. It was my uncle's weed whacker, and someone stole the carburetor off that he loaned it to and never gave it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Brandon, they
But it
all
runs. It's from 71. Yeah, this is just my junk room.
There's no such thing as a junk room. It's called gold.
Yeah, treasure.
Really? This is. You don't think so, huh?
We've all got one.
This is a junk room.
We've all got one, mate. All full of bits and pieces.
Brandon, me and you might be talking about the same old man. Who is it? Fleet Command works on chainsaws. Fleet Command. Him and his buddy took a road trip up there to pick up some saws from people, and then they went to this old man's place, and he had an upstairs. And man, I was amazed at how many forks this man had. Brian Bolins, why does that name sound familiar? Is he the ports dealer? Okay. Fleet Command, Fleet Command or Fleet Command works on chainsaws, and he made a video going to that.
Oh my God!
That old man.
Heavy.
Oh.
Oh God!
I think I know Brian Bolins. I think that's Fleet Command's buddy.
Yeah, it is, Paul. Yeah, definitely. Take the muffler off. Take the muffler off and have a look inside. Just slowly pull the cord and have a look to inspect the side of the piston, and you should get a little sneaky peek of the side of the cylinder as well. I've got one of these what I use. I got one of these which I got from Zippo. He sent this over to me. It's got a little endoscope light on it.
Oh yeah.
You can get right in there and have a good look. Unfortunately, the only downside to inspecting the piston that way is you're not getting a full picture of what it's actually like inside. The best way is to take the pot off and have a look. But definitely, if you got a bit of a scalded up piston, then I would say for 30 quid to replace a pot and piston to bring your compression up, yeah, you'll be on a winner.
Yeah. I
did it on a Husqvarna saw. I bought a cheap Chinese pot and piston on a Husky, and I had that Husky for about 5 years. Didn't miss a beat. Lovely little saw.
Oh yeah, that's what I say. If you got a Steel or a Husqvarna, it's worth to put a top end kit on it. Well worth it. On a Husqvarna, like I said, a lot of the kits you can get are upgrades. You get a little bit more power.
Hi, Clive. Just make sure if you do it, Paul, when you put a new pot and piston in, mate, it's just to break it in again because it's a brand new piece of equipment. So pull it over a few times by hand without it turned on. Just bed them rings in nice and slow and warm it up again. Don't hit that gas until them rings are worn in. It's not a hard job. It's a little bit fiddly, Paul, when you're trying to connect the piston rod back up. You need to have fingers like a mouse, but you can get it. Pair of long nose pliers. Put the clip in. Don't lose the little tiny clip though that holds the piston rod in. Don't lose that because that tends to shoot off. So make sure you're in close quarters with that when that goes. I know I did a Hater 48 Pro. I re-honed the bore out, honed the bore, new rings, new piston rod, and the little tiny S clip that holds the piston rod in place. That shot off across the workshop. I only had one. It took me 45 minutes to find it.
That's a nice little sight there, Brandon. Appreciate it, bud. Oh yeah, Boneyard.
Yeah, Boneyard. Yeah, he got some old bits. Hello, RC Madness. Hello, Clive. How you doing? Just take your time with it, Paul. You'll get it. If it is a cylinder that's gone, or the pot's gone, then you'll get it. A brand new pot and piston with new rings. should be like a brand new machine.
I had a lot of old parts and stuff. And a buddy of mine, he says, what you going to do with them old parts? I said, hell, get your truck and come get them.
The other thing you can think about, Paul, is before you go down that road, go onto eBay and just have a little look for a spare working engine, a spare power head. If someone's got a power head for 25 quid that's running, just change the power head over. You know, do your research first. You might find someone's got 20 or 30 power heads knocking around. He sells them off separately. Just undo the power head and just slide the new one straight on. That way, you've always got other spares, spare carburetor, and you know, try that. That's the advantage with a lot of steel stuff, is that I find a lot of steel stuff, for clutches go on them quite quick, especially if they're abused. And that so many people just take them off because they've got a burnt clutch on it. But you've got a good clutch on yours, so you can just change it over. So you can try that road before you go. If you don't fancy doing a pot and piston change. It is a bit fiddly. I will say it is a little bit, but you got to have hands like a doll.
Hey, RC.
We got there, Mr. Briggs. You got a t-shirt going on.
Yeah, you like them?
Yeah.
That's a hunting dog.
I finally got a bunch made. I even got them all printed up. This is the second one finally.
Oh, the Valve Guy 2 kit? Wow. Sold one.
Yep, Mr. Briggs is a hunting dog. Oh, God.
Is that the one that you was petting earlier? That hound dog?
Yep. This old part right here.
Yep, there he is. What are you, part of blue tick or something?
He's red bone.
Red bone.
Paul,
Like,
on eBay at the moment, Paul, someone's selling an FS55 trimmer, hedge trimmer engine block for £40 plus £3.99 postage. The descriptions say engine block is good working order. You are buying just what you see by the pictures. Please zoom in. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, it's all good. You're saying the manifold is all good, pot's all good, but there are lots of different parts and pieces. So there's actually one on eBay at the moment going a spare engine for 40 quid, which is roughly the cost of a new pot and piston. So you got that as well. For £40, you can just get a donor engine for it.
Leave me alone. Ow. I'm not a doormat, dog. No, you can't eat this. It's got chocolate in it. Ask Mick. He'll say same thing. Dogs can't eat chocolate. No
chocolate, Mr. Briggs. Get your ass down.
My dog used to eat chocolate all the time. Never bothered him.
It's all about just thinking outside the box, Paul. Thinking outside the box. It doesn't necessarily need repairing. It might just need replacing, you know, and cost effectiveness and time. It's going to save you to change an engine, a power unit over. You can do in 20 minutes. To put a new pot and piston in, looking at about an hour's labour. You know, fiddling about, mucking about, and talking stuff down and breaking stuff back in again. There's a bit of work involved in changing a pot and piston. It might pay just to change the engine over. Well, Brandon, take it easy, matey.
Hey, he's waiting on the parts to come in.
Yeah.
Jump up here, Brandon. That's something to do.
Yeah, Brandon, get your ass up here, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm fixing to jet out in a little bit and go take a little nap.
A little nap.
Take some firewood off the trailer this afternoon and bring a bunch of aluminum cans to the scrapyard. I got too many in my shop.
Exactly that, Paul. Sometimes, mate, it's cheaper just to change the power head over. I know so many people that got broken Titans, that the shafts are snapped on them or whatever. I mean, they just keep the power heads. Just got spare power heads. You know.
Yeah.
I think on the FS38 to take yours off, I think it's literally 2 torque screw bits that just undo, and it apart from the throttle cable, it just slides straight on off. And you got all the donor parts you need there. I've done it loads of times to change power heads over.
No, that shouldn't take long.
No, that won't take long. 20-minute job, change it over. But then it's not a complete engine, but you might be able to find a complete engine. That's missing the carburetor, which you got to take off for yours. So you got a bit of work to do, refitting bits on. But if you can find a complete power head system,
hell, I priced a Husqvarna 55 top end kit from Husqvarna. It was like $140 for the jug, the piston, the circlips, the pin, and the gasket naturally. But man, I'm like, ain't no freaking way. Husqvarna needs to come off of some of that, come down on them prices, because that highway kit is much better than the OEM.
Yeah.
For a third of the price.
Yeah.
I saw a T-shirt here that had Mick's name all over it.
Did you really? What did it say?
It was a cartoon. It had 2 parts. One was a guy. He said to his doctor, he says, "I can't go to the bathroom." And the next clip, he said, "Here, take and put this picture on your bathroom wall. You go every time." He put a picture of a Tecumseh engine on his wall. He went to the bathroom every time.
You're getting the fix for being in the basement now, Mr. Briggs. You know it, don't you? I don't know why you keep poking me with a stick. we all know mixed mowers don't like Tecumseh.
Yeah, I've seen Mick put people in the basement.
It happens quicker than you think as well, Mr. Briggs.
I'm gonna send him a.
There you go. So that's how quick that happens. See, that's what happens, just like that.
Oh, okay. I thought he lost connection.
Bob. There you go. You see, that's what happens.
Oh, he popped in. What is that? What is that? IBC root beer?
No, that's good stuff.
Oh, blue. Okay, is that? I thought it was Blue Moon at first. Okay, never mind.
It's alcohol.
Oh yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, yeah. Pop. I call it pop with foam on top.
Mr. Briggs, you're silly enough without it, let alone with it.
With that?
I said you're silly enough without alcohol, let alone with it.
I'm not silly.
A couple of bottles of that and you'll be swinging by the rafters.
Nope. This is so I can go to bed, so I get up at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock tonight, you mean?
Yeah, I got to drive tonight.
Oh, okay. You a truck driver?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
UPS, I think it's UPS, isn't he?
Oh, you UPS driver? Okay.
No, FedEx.
FedEx. Oh. Same thing, just a worse company.
More expensive.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care what they do as long as they give me my check.
I was just saying, don't get upset about it.
Oh,
you tell me out there, I don't already know.
So you drive the big trucks. You don't drive the delivery truck.
No, I drive the Widowmakers.
I got a buddy of mine that runs the doubles for UPS. He runs them from Tennessee to Arizona, I think. Yeah, Tennessee to Arizona, and then he'll drop that, and then drop and hook is what he does.
Yeah, that's what I do, but I got better dollies.
You do the so you're pulling doubles then?
Yeah, they're called Widowmakers or Wiggle Wagons, depending on whoever you talk to.
I've heard of Wiggle Wagons. I never heard of Widowmakers.
What's that?
I'm an ex-truck driver. I had 2 trucks of my own, but I've never pulled doubles.
Is that like a drawbar? Is that what we call a drawbar?
A dolly in between.
Yeah. That way the front tires on the second trailer swivel.
Okay.
They turn just like the front end on your truck.
Doubles are actually easier to drive than a single because of the bend.
Right.
But I drive triples.
How are you at backing them up, though?
We don't back them up. We're not allowed to.
That's what I thought.
But I drive doubles now up.
I used to haul heavy equipment. Drag lines, excavators, bulldozers. I had a drop deck.
Yeah. Yep, I did that too. I've driven everything but car hauler.
Hydraulic drop deck on the neck. Just unpin the pins and eek, and then pull your truck up. The neck's still on the fifth wheel of your truck. You drive whatever you want on the trailer.
Yep.
Back your truck up. Get your hydraulic lever. Pick it back up. Put your pins in. Fly down the road. Hell, I used to haul bulldozers. I wouldn't even do that. I'd pull up sideways to the trailer and then turn the dozer like the D5, D6 cats. Turn the dozer on the trailer. Find it down the road. My wide load sign stayed on my truck and trailer all the time. Never took it off.
Yep, I drove a set of triples last night for the first time up to Albany. That was fun.
How did they act in snow and ice and all that?
That's why they call them widowmakers, because you gotta go slow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because what happens is the back trailer breaks loose first.
Okay.
Right then, gents, my dinner triangle has just been sounded. It's time for my dinner. So I got to cut it off. 4.5 hours ain't bad for a little chat on a midweek night. I've enjoyed it. So thanks, Cajun, for popping up. Nice to see you again, buddy boy.
Hey, thanks for having me up again. And
you're welcome, buddy.
I mean, you see, when you go live on Saturdays now, usually either I'm not here like I used to be on Saturdays, either I'm not here, or I did something most all night, and so sometimes I sleep till about 2, and 2 my time, you already off.
Yeah, it just works. It works out better for me when I do a Saturday night stream. It's just a better time slot for me. But midweek days, I only do one once in a while if I'm not busy in my shop and I'm not busy working. I can just sit here and chat for a while, spend a bit of time with you guys. But normally I'm in the shop turning spanners and whatever. I ain't got time to be doing a live. That's the reason why. Yeah. But no problem. It's nice to catch you anyway. I'll catch you next time. Look after yourself.
Hi everybody. Love. And
Thanks,
I'll catch y'all. Blue top.
Catch you later. Later, Mr. Briggs. Look after yourself.
I always do.
I'll see you soon. So thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. 4.5 hour stream. Been nice to chat. Hope all you people have asked questions, get the answers they needed, and you can get your machines working and what have you. Thanks for Brandon popping on in. Paul E, Dirt Rider as always. Kevin, thanks for popping on in. RC, Pete Froud. Who else we got? Peter, Ricky. Who else we got? Yoto's still in here. Toby, East Coast. Romantics in here as well. Partners. Thanks everyone for popping on in. I'll catch you on my next live, which will probably be Saturday night now. Hi, Jason. I won't be doing another live during the week. I am off next week for 2 weeks. I might be doing a couple of lives midweek days. We'll see how we get on. And videos coming out as always very, very soon. Look out for them. Leave us a thumbs up on your way out. Be much appreciated. And I'll catch you later on. Look after yourselves. Take it easy. Bye-bye.